Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube, X, Instagram, TikTok, all the rest. Let's get into it. All right, so we had a significant, we have a gap right here from 83.68 all the way down to, what is this? 80. Let's see what they want to do here. Expect some volatility on the open. Now we know there's tensions around the world, so we need to figure out what they want to do here. We need to figure out, same thing like last time. Was this the move? Are they figuring out what they want to do with their life in here? There's really nothing to do in here. If you are taking trades, you got to get in and get out until we get some type of direction. All right, let's see what they got. This is already a 2-point swing just in 2 candles. 2 candles already went 2 points. So we'll see if they make 80.88 some type of support. But I'm a little worried that they might chop around in here for a bit. So we'll see. I think maybe the top of this lick box might be a thing. But we have to watch out for, you know, whatever I said in the analysis. There's only 3 ways they're going to go about it. So we just had to, all we need to do is identify which way we're talking about. So it's either going to, here, look, let me show you. See the gap right here? So the price is either going to gap down and keep going down. The price is either going to gap down. Here's the gap. So this is a gap and go. Or a gap fill reversal. So they fill this gap and then they reverse. And then the other thing we need to watch out for is to see if they do this, if there's indecision, which this is going to be ugly, right? So wait for proper setups today. If we're not willing to wait for the price to take out certain levels of liquidity, then we're not prepared to trade. You're prepared to gamble. You're prepared to throw your money away. So if you bought call, you need to start thinking about tightening up these stops now. If you expected the gap fill, now we need to start thinking about tightening your stops. Don't let it go against you from here. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to livespotTrading.com. I'll get you sorted. So for YouTube, you might notice we had to change up the format just a little bit, so there's no music playing anymore. So that's something we're all just gonna have to deal with. They don't want me to play music anymore. So look at this opening candle. Wow. Still 17 or 10 seconds on this candle right here. All right, let's see if they want to retest. We gotta let this opening drive go. We gotta let this one go and find out where the setups are. So at 82.95, the gap's gonna get filled. Yeah, right around here. 82.98, around here. So now we got to the top of this lick box. If you bought call, you need to tighten up your stop now. I'm not saying to stop out, I'm saying to adjust it. Basically 83. Let's say 83 is the gap. Also, going forward, I do have to leave that disclaimer on there. So YouTube is asking me to do a couple things. So we got to comply, right? We got to comply. We don't have a choice here. So no music, and then that disclaimer has to be up there. Maybe I'll make it a little bit smaller, but or maybe we could just putting it every now and again. I want to clear the screen just a bit. All right, so the gap's going to be filled around wherever this dotted line is. If you waited for the break, the retest of this lick box, you need to start adjusting your stop. So on our 5-minute chart, if you took the break, the retest, and the reject, you need to start adjusting your stop. Uh, if they get back down to this level, around here, we're going to see what they do. We're going to see if they want to grab liquidity like this or if they want to continue like that. Now, people ask me about the colors that I use for the algorithms and the trends. The color is basically just whatever's the next one available. So I usually go down the line from right to left, so that the colors have no relevance in anything. So we're above the water now. So let's see if we're gonna have a weak bear cycle. A weak bear cycle might uh, produce this right here, or if they're grabbing liquidity from here for another push down. But that push down would only give us back until 7808. All right, well, we're still firm in this purple here, so all right. If you took this flexion right here, you need to protect this trade. Okay, you need to protect this trade. Okay. All right. So this was from, let's say 81. From 81 to 82.70. This is good money right here. Your trade's protected. You can't lose from here, right? So the put scenario had to be down here. It had to be down here somewhere. So we never reached that level, right? This is a good win right here. This is good money right here. Look at this money we just printed. This is a good win right here. Just don't overstay your welcome. That's all. You'll be fine. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Still inside purple. This is a good win right here. This is textbook. This is what we like. There we go. All right. Here we go. And now look, just with this move right here, this 3-point move, we could be done for the day. There's no reason to sit here and play the game all day. We did the hard work already. So I'm trying to tell you all. There's no reason to sit. You did your job. You should be working on, even at one contract, well, with the proper delta. Depending on your delta, you should be working on 3 figures right now. You should be working on a 3-figure day right now. Just from this one contract, one move. That's it. And if you're still sitting here trying to get more than 3 figures for the day, we got a problem. Okay. Let me here our down scenario had to be somewhere here. We needed to see all of this motion for the put scenario. Remember I had this right here? Hold on. I had this right here. This had to be the put scenario. Hold on, let me focus a little bit. Okay. All right. Now I'm good. All right. So let me go read any questions. Here we go. For the music that was on YouTube, that was YouTube music I found, and they told me stop using that. That's for you, Jimmy James. The lines aren't populating on my chart. Okay, DC's having an issue with it looks like with the trading view. I'm not sure, DC. I'll look into it in a second. And then another question. So at the arrow, do you wait for that one candle to close and then buy? I'm not sure. We're going off of levels, right? Certain levels. We can't pay too much attention. So look, the paths that I draw, I get it right maybe 80% of the time. There's still 20% you got to watch out for. So I can't be perfect every single time. I'm just telling you what the price needs to look like. So once you're comfortable, some people are very comfortable with buying right here on this specific level, the exact level that I drew. Some people are very comfortable with that because your stop loss can be tight. Your stop loss can be tight right here because I drew this. So this is your liquidity zone. So if I drew this, I'm not saying just because I drew it, it's because I see something, right? I'm seeing something because, we all had plenty of time for this. Okay. Hold on. Let me focus really quick. I don't know if that answered your question, Mr. Ramos. I don't know if it answered your question, but let me see if I can read it again. So at the arrow, if you're saying the arrow, like the path that I'm drawing, is that what you're talking about? The path that I draw? Okay. The charts are working. No, the green arrow entry. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. Whenever I put this arrow, I'm saying that this is considered a win. So I use these arrows. So at the end of the day, it's just easy for me to remember where, so I can do the, the win report at the end of the day when I write all the wins. It's easier for me just to visualize it and see it, and I can remember at this. This is just for everyone to see. This is a win. If they would have taken this trade here, I'm just showing that this would have been a win, right? I didn't confirm the win until we get 30 cents. 30 cents from this point here, that's when I have to consider it a win. All right, so now look, we don't know if this is going to form a head yet, right? We won't know this until we get all the way down here. So if you see me drawing this, this is me being preemptive. I don't know that this is going to happen, right? There's no way I could possibly know that this is going to happen, at least not with this goddamn precision. There's no way possible. So we'll know that this is going to be ahead once we get down here, once the price does all this. You see? The price has to do all of this when I'm drawing here. Here, let me clean up the chart just a bit. This one played out perfect, right? Here's the break. Here's the break, the retest, and the reject of our lick box. I mean, look, this is textbook. The lick box broke, it retested and rejected the lick box, right? This is perfect. So that's what this path here means. Bang. You can't ask for anything better than perfection. I mean, it's damn near perfect. And then also this head right here, there's no way I could possibly know that this is going to be exact. I don't even know if this is going to be a head, right? We don't know that. We'll know. We'll have a better idea somewhere down here. Somewhere down here, we'll have a better idea. But if this does happen, you got to donate my brain to science. I'm actually still impressed that it did that right there. So I'm okay with that. But let me clean up the chart just a bit. Okay, I'm gonna be a little more specific. Even though you said you got it, I'm gonna be a little more specific. This is for Raul. Even though you said you got it, I'm gonna be a little more specific. Everyone has a different risk tolerance. So for me, I will never say buy call now, buy put now. I can't do that. Everyone has a different risk tolerance, so that just wouldn't be a good thing to do. But what I am trying to do is show people the patterns that they need to be watching out for. I'm showing them the patterns. I'm showing them, when I have these liquidity boxes up, they mean something. The break, retest, reject of the liquidity box, it means something. That's what I am saying. So then eventually you're going to see the pattern yourself. You're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. It takes time. It's not going to happen, in a week or two. It's not going to happen maybe in a month. It took me years. I can tell you that. It took me actual years. So if it's something you're really interested in, just like any other profession, it's going to take you time. Even excuse me, even sign flippers in front of Subway had to get some practice time to know the weight of the sign, to know to practice it, right? NBA players, they got to dribble the ball for a bit. They got to run drills. We're no different. But when we're day trading, we're practicing our minds to remember the patterns. Human beings are very good at remembering patterns. Or not remembering patterns, but we're good at identifying patterns. Give me 1 second and I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So it looks like that gap filled, right? Yeah, yeah. So they filled that gap. Now we got to see, is it going to be um a gap fill reversal, or they fill in a gap and go? Now again, we're not going to know if this is going to be a head up here until we get down here. So if you're buying puts now, you're basically calling the top, and that's that. You know, you're an adult. That's the risk you're deciding to take. But remember, rewind the tape. This morning I said when we get up here, I'm worried that it's going to chop a little bit. Now is when the decision's made. What's going to happen, right? We fill the gap. So we're going to see if we're going to stay in magenta. We want to see if it's going to be build in purple, break magenta, and then for the puts, and then for the calls, I need a little bit more time. Blue looks a little too easy. I mean, it could be blue, but it just looks a little too easy. All right, so the high of day is at wherever my shoulder or whatever this yellow shit is right here. So high of day is pretty much at 83.37. So let's see if they want to test high of day again. And look, in my opinion, I mean, granted, there was a very strong move, so it may have momentum to take it to the upside still. But if we're trying to look for calls here, this is thin liquidity, right? We like a deeper drawback. We like a here. Let me draw it. Oh wait, what? So if you're in the call already, you're adjusting your stop, you're monitoring your trade. If you're looking for an entry, your best bet from this point here would be something like this. You want to see a deeper drawdown. And for puts, we want to look for something like this. So if you're not already in the call, there's really nothing to do here. Because you don't want to buy a call at the top, right? The play's already gone. And if it does shoot up and it breaks out and it just keeps going, my bad. But what I'm trying to teach you is, or explain, is that if it does go up and continues on, that's going to be the FOMO. That's not a proper setup. That's hopes and dreams. You understand what I'm saying? That's FOMO. That's not a setup. The setup was here whenever I drew it at that time. If you didn't take it then, oh well. Now you got to wait for the next setup, right? It can't just be hopes and dreams. We have to stave away the FOMO. We have to. Because everyone's like, oh man, I missed it here. I missed it here. And now you're trying to get in on it, expecting something. And it may happen, but we need to identify risks. We have to identify risks. Look at the volatility coming in. Remember, a high a day is at about 83.36, or maybe a little bit lower than that. Now, if we shoot up and make 83.72 some type of support, then maybe we're going to look for a call entry. Okay, I like this teal better. All right, we're going to see if it's going to be build in blue and break teal for calls. Build in purple, break magenta for puts. We needed time to be able to identify this teal. Now, don't lie. Everyone had not everyone, but I'm willing to bet a lot of people had a bearish bias. And it may still go down at the end of the day. We don't know. But this is why we can't trade off a bias. Every day, at least last 2 weeks, I've been saying it. Can't have a bias here. There's no point. It does nothing good for you. It's irrelevant. Your thoughts in the stock market, don't care. No one cares. We have to let the data tell us what's happening. Now look, we identified a very good entry over here. A very good entry. We even identified where the pullback was going to be right here. And, this one kind of late, but it is what it is. We also knew that the put scenario had to be somewhere down here, right? All this needed to happen for the put scenario. So this is the data we've been presented. Any puts had to be down here. It simply must. There's no other option. All right, we got the 20 at 87.31. We got the 5 at 88.03. They're hugging each other. So let's see if they want to grab liquidity from up there or if they're happy with the gap fill. Look, if you made money today, if you made money in this opening drive on this break and retest, you need to really start thinking about just calling it a day. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not missing out anything because it's not going to get any easier from this point on than what we already had. It's not going to get any easier. And if you hesitated before, you're going to be extra hesitant now because now you have FOMO setting in. Now you feel like you missed out on something and you want a part of it. I'm going to clean up the chart just a bit. So look, if this wasn't the head, what was it? A flexion, right? The flexion for some retrace. A flexion to retrace, back down to this, whatever this level is right here, and then the push up on the break of teal. But we identified teal a little too late, so no big deal. I'm going to clean up the chart just a bit. Okay, Discord. Here's our break of our lick box, the retest of our lick box, and the rejection of our lick box. So this is all in lesson 7 or 8. If you haven't gone through lesson 7 or 8, I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's 8. If you haven't gone through the lessons, there's nothing more I can do. You have to go do that work. Because when you go through those lessons, you're going to understand what I'm talking about. You're going to understand what the setups look like. This was textbook. You're going to understand all that. So you're not going to have to have me explain arrows or candle, none of that. It's already done for you. You just got to go through those lessons. We got the 20 at 87.33. Now look, I told you if you wanted an entry on a call to watch out for the weak bull cycle. All right, let me I need a second. I need to adjust everything. Give me one moment. Okay, let's see what we got. The 5 is overbought. It's overbought, but it got some strength. The 5-minute chart. The 30-minute looks like a liquidity grab. 30-minute looks like they just want to grab some liquidity. But we'll see. So this lick box right here, this is going to be our line in the sand. We're going to look for puts underneath here. From where we are right now, we're going to look for puts underneath here. Because we don't want to just get stuck inside of this magenta. Meaning we have to watch out for this now. Now I know you're thinking puts way down here, but that's 4 points away. I get it. I get it. But if you want some type of quote unquote safety, that's just what it must be. Because you don't want to fight the trend. Look how strong the trend is. You don't want to fight the trend. That's all. We got the 20 at 87.32. Do you see how they take everyone's bias and they turn around and slap you in the face? No point in having any bias. I really hope this is the lesson we needed to learn. I know a lot of people thought, okay, we have tensions across the Middle East, yada, yada, yada. We have a huge gap down. I'm pretty sure everyone had a bias. Or a lot of people did. A lot of people had a bias going into this morning. Now we're wondering, is it going to be the annoying grind to another level? To another key level. Another key level would be, for some reason I have 8650, which makes sense. 8650, that's a nice round number. And the 20 would be the next obvious. So look, when I said your only entry would be on if 8372 becomes some type of support, if you didn't take it here, then there's nothing, you can't start FOMOing now. Right? When I said there has to be some type of you want some type of pullback. And then that's if the trend is strong. If the trend is strong enough, then yeah, I get it. Because you can have a tight stop right here. You put your stop right here. You don't have to risk $1. You wouldn't have to risk $1. Especially when I told you we're high above the water. If you're looking for call entries, wait for that weak what is this? Bear cycle. Let me make YouTube happy really quick. Do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to that website down below, livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I will get you sorted. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I'm gonna let the price figure out what it wants to do. Now I'm at the point where I need to really pay attention. So if there's any significant drawdown, I'll probably take some off the table shortly. All right. if we go below this dotted line right here, a little bit below the dotted line here, let me be a little more. If we go here, I'm going to take some off the table, my first set of contracts. I'm going to leave my next set on a little bit above 83.72. So I'll take some off. Here, let me show you. This is what I'm doing. I'm not telling you to do what I'm doing. Do whatever you want to do. I'll probably take some off here. And so my first set, I'll get stopped out here, and then my next set will be here. In other words, these are my runners, right? My first set of contracts, I'm gonna let it do whatever it's gonna do. I'll take some off the table here. I don't. Even though I know the 20s right here, I'll let this one go to the 20 if it is. If this one's gonna go to the, if the price wants to go to the 20, I'll let these get there. Otherwise, I want to take something off the table. I want to secure something. So I'm just gonna, I'm gonna be here in the background. I'm gonna focus for a little bit. I'm gonna get up and circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Really quick, I'm not done with my break, but I just saw a comment, or yeah, a comment in TikTok about being in puts. That's a tough situation to be in right now. I'm not saying it won't happen at the end of the day. You know, that's you trading off of bias. We had our entry way over here. This is our entry for calls. So if you're on TikTok and you're in puts, you're gonna. I just hope you didn't over leverage. But I recommend you go to that website down there below. You won't make that mistake. That mistake will be mitigated, greatly mitigated. I'm gonna mark out high a day really quick. I wanted to take a break, but now I can't move. This highlighted is just marking out high a day. And they're about to take my first set. Okay. It's dancing on my stop. Okay. My first set's gone. So my first set of contracts gone. So from wherever this line is, I got filled somewhere in here. I didn't get filled on the bottom. I got filled probably on the top of this body right here. First set gone. Look at this. That little tiny thing just took me out for no reason, but I got the runners going, so I'm going to see if the runners can get me to at least the 20. We'll see. If it doesn't, oh well, I'll be fine. We did good work today. But if you're on TikTok and you made that, it may not be a mistake. Maybe it'll work out for you at the end of the day. But if you're in 0 DTE, Theta is going to start eating that contract at some point. Also, you know, in What time is it right now? 10:20. In about maybe another hour, they're going to start compression. Compression meaning is going to be an annoying grind, possibly, you know. And then you're at the mercy. So, you know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that slight misstep. It may be part of your plan. I don't know if I don't know when you bought the put, but it may be part of your plan. But if it was an error, we all make an error, right? So you don't have to feel bad about that. We all do it. Everyone does it. We all have a bias, and we all trade off by. At some point, you have to trade off your bias at some point, right? Meaning something's telling you to take a certain trade. So, hold on, let me focus real quick. See, like right now, there's a good part of me that's saying collect what you can, right? Collect what you can right now. But then there's another part that's like, stick to the strategy. You already made you made good money, so just stick to it. I don't have a choice now. I'm not going to move it now. So if I get stopped out here on my runners, I get stopped out. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. Look, it went right to my level. Come on. You know, I need a big bounce here, or else it's going to stop me out for my runners. And these are my personal levels. Everyone's going to have different risk tolerance. So don't trade like me. Trade like you. Because trading like... Okay, this one took me out. This took me out. Okay, I think that was a good trade. I think this was a good trade. We did what we could. I'm not going to be greedy. We got our money, and you know, we did all right. We did all right. Can't complain about making money. If you start complaining about making money, you got bigger problems. Again, this liquidity box is going to be telling, right? So this liquidity box here, why is it so here? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Just enough to stop me out. Look at that. Just enough to stop me out. Yeah. Just enough to stop me out. Look, right here. Just enough to stop me out. Wow. Look, it happens. Happens to everybody. Happens to everybody. Now I'm going to be a hater, and it better go down because I don't want anyone else to win. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So here's how I feel about this. I made an executive decision. I knew what my risk was going to be, what I was willing to tolerate. So I know that I'm not willing to tolerate any more significant drawdown from this point here. Me personally, I'm not willing to survive it. I don't need to prove anything to anybody. We made money today. You know, I took my money. If it goes up from here, I'm going to be okay with that. I'm going to be okay with that because I already knew the risk I was willing to take, and they did just enough to mess me up, to slap me in the face. And they did just enough to slap me in the face. That's what they did do. Okay, so the reason why this liquidity box is important, and it may not track exactly with the algo, or excuse me, the trend line right here, is because we have to watch out for this. So from this point here, where we are in the market right now, or the price action right now, we have to watch out for this. Which means there's going to be a little bit of no man's land right here. little bit of no man's land right here. And then if we get under here, we're going to look for our setup, okay? So this is what it is from here. This is just what it is. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. We use the 5-minute chart. We use the 5-minute chart to trade. 5 minutes is our bread and the butter. Let me update it. There's going to be a lot of somewhere around this level here. There's a lot of resistance. Okay, so the top of this lick box is going to be significant. I might need to adjust it just a bit. I will. Let me adjust it. It needs to go probably here. All right, this is a little more accurate. So yeah, we use the 30-minute, the 5-minute, and the 1-minute. The 1-minute we use for the sniper entries. The 5-minute guides our trades. But we want to see if we're going to do this and then do this. If we do this, you have to watch out for whatever this red line is here. You know, whatever this is here, there's a lot of liquidity right here. A lot. So everything we do is a system. Everything is a system. It's systematic. The only thing that's going to get in your way is the emotion. The thing that's going to get in your way is the candle. The one green candle or the one red candle, right? So now I'm not that upset that I took my profit here. I'm not that upset because this one candle almost controlled my emotion, but instead I was like, you know what? I'm fine. Even if it does go up from here, I'm fine. This was a risk I'm willing to take. I made an executive decision and I'm a boss of my own company, and you will be too. Everyone's going to be a boss of their own company. Your company is going to be whatever you're day trading, right? Your day trading is going to be your personal company. I'm not talking about LST streaming and all that. Maybe you might do that in the future, but for right now, your company is your bank account, your portfolio. You got to protect your assets in there, and we do that by going with the highest probability setups. The highest probability setups, I'm drawing on the screen in front of you every day. I'm drawing it. At certain levels. It's not going to go exactly to on the line, but I have to draw it a little exaggerated so you understand what I'm talking about. Okay, I need to take a little break. I have to circulate some blood. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, Discord, look. In here, it's going to get hectic, right? Either it's going to shoot through or it's going to give you a little bit of the bounce. So, wait for whatever needs to happen. You got to wait for it to happen. Because we have to watch out for this. Right? We have to watch out for this. Just don't overstay your welcome. You'll be fine. I've already identified the risk for you. If you took this break of purple, you got to chase this, okay? You got to chase this. If you took this break of purple here, excuse me, magenta, okay? Here it is. So this is for the scalpers. If you're scalping, I'm identifying the risk on the break of our magenta. So how much is this? Look, this is a full point. This is a full point winner. This is a full point winner. Remember, I told everyone we want to build in the purple, break the magenta for puts. Perfectly happy. This is perfect, right? This is a winner. Now we're coming up to the risk. You understand what I'm saying? This is all a system. It's very, let me not say very simple. Do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. I still didn't take my break. Now I'm too in it. Now I'm too in it. Look, it's gonna get hectic up in here. It's gonna get hectic up in here. Brand new candle. 5 minutes on this candle. Look, we're coming up to the next key level here, okay? So you need to start figuring out your life here. This is where you need to figure out your life. We know it's going to be hectic in here, right? So if it does go, let's say we print another red candle, retrace with a green candle, maybe even two, maybe a doji green, and then continuation, this is what you want to look for. If it shoots down, it shoots down. We're still in blue. You see this blue? We're still in this blue. So let whatever needs to happen, you have to let it happen, or else we don't. The market's going to tell us. It's going to tell us exactly what we need to know. There's going to be those times when news events come out, and then, that's going to happen. As long as you don't over leverage, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Now, look, if they make it to teal, we want to see if they're going to start, maybe teal's going to be the thing, right? So we want to identify if they're going to have a high, and then let's say they reject. Let's just say they reject off teal, a lower high, right? That's what we want to look for. So you have to wait for whatever needs to happen. Let it happen. This is what I'm talking about. Got about 3.5 on this candle. So we want to see if they're doing one of these. Watch. Now we're going to find out. I'm just going to clean up this chart just a little bit. I have to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Please don't overtrade. I'll be right back. I have to take a break. Now look, if you took this flexion here, now you need to start figuring out your life, right? Because we're at the next key level, which is we're at the next liquidity level, which is right here on this teal. So if you took this flexion here, you're at the next key level. If you took this break of magenta, I already told you, figure out your life right here. No surprise, no surprise. So if we really wanted, when they respect the algos, we can get every single dime out of the market. Every dime. Well, not every dime, right? Because we have to, you would have to call the top here, and we didn't know that. But we had a little bit of confirmation here on the break. So if you, when they respect the algos, the days are easy. The days are very easy. So if you took the flexion here, figure out your life. Now you need to start tightening up your stop. If you took this break of magenta, when I said figure out your life here, it's because we came up to the next key level, right? Level by level. That's all we can do. That's all we can do is go level by level. Again, if you took this flexion down here, same thing that we did over here, same exact thing, no difference. If you took this flexion here, we're at the next key level on our what is this? Diagonal liquidity. This is our diagonal liquidity. Now we need to figure out your life. Remember, we want to see if they're going to, excuse me, if they create a high, a lower high, and a lower high. That's what we want to see happen, if it's going to happen. All right, Discord, this is our 30 cents. I won't count it yet, but this is our 30 cents. I won't put the mask out yet. This is our 30 cents, right? Here it is. This is our 30 cents right here. So if it goes past this, great. If not, you had plenty of time. Plenty of time. Figure out your life. All right, here we go. Let's see. Let them figure it out. We don't have to guess. They will tell us. We don't have to guess. Still got a minute on this candle. Look, let them figure out between. Let them figure this out right here. Let them figure that out. 20 seconds on this candle. Still inside. What is this? Still inside this teal. We need it to close above. We need it to close above to confirm if we're going to have the high, the lower high, the low. Remember? So let it do whatever it needs to do. Don't front run it. Four minutes on the candle. Again, if you're looking for puts, it has to be somewhere down here. If you want any type of safety, quote unquote safety, it has to be somewhere down here. 3 minutes on the candle. One and a half on the candle. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. We're all doing this together. I'm just being quiet. I'm right here. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's see what they got. Let's see what they got. Look, you see how they're compressing right here, right? Look at the compression happening right here. We got 3 minutes on this candle. Perfect bounce off this magenta. Perfect bounce off this magenta. Two and a half on the candle. Now look, here's another thing we need to consider. We're at it's 11 o'clock Eastern. So if it's an annoying grind from here, you're gonna have to hold for dear life. This is the compression I was talking about. So now we have to see what they want to do. Still 40 seconds, 45 seconds on the candle. Remember, a high a day is marked out 85.37. This is the thick key level right here. All the volume died off. All the volume died off. 3 minutes on the candle. One minute. Okay. Okay. Got about, well, a little under 3 minutes on this candle. Let's see if they make whatever this level is, 84.92. Let's see if they make it support. Three minutes or 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All right, 2.5. All right, so they broke the 82.92. They're at 85. Let's see. Wait, 84.92. I'm sorry. They broke 84.92. Let's see if they make some type of support here. If you're in the Discord and you took this break here from 84.18, this is a good win, right? This is a win. This is a nice win for us. Bang, right there. Remember, it was the build in purple. Excuse me. The build in blue, break a teal, right? Build in blue, break the teal. This is textbook. It doesn't get any easier than this. It does not get any easier than what we just did. Now just don't overstay your welcome. Just your trade should be protected, right? That's another win right here. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. We knew that our put scenario had to be underneath here. We knew it had to be underneath here. The call scenario somewhere over here. And if you wanted some confirmation, on the break of our teal, right? This was announced very early, very early. Look at the money we just printed. Oh, man. Okay. Woo-wee. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I will get you sorted. It's not a matter of if, but when. It's not a matter of if, but when. Look at the money we just printed. If you took the break of the green, you're welcome. If you don't have access to this chart, it's because you're not in the Discord. Go to livespytrading.com. We trade off the 5-minute chart. Look at the perfection. Even if you took it up here, even if you took it, or excuse me, on the break with the close at 84.13, look at the money. Look at the money. That's 1 full point. Look at this money. Look at them. Hey, no one can tell me I didn't say we're going to build in the blue and break this teal for calls, right? Look how it perfectly rejected off of our magenta. This is perfection. It doesn't get any better. We knew the puts had to be somewhere down here. It simply had to be. Why? Because I literally have a 50-50 here, and you see the rejection off of the level. Now look. Let's see. Let me get in close. Let me show you the surgical precision. 82.43. We're just going to say 82.43. My flexion is at 82.26. You're talking about 20 cents. 20 cents difference out of a stock that costs $683.08, or what is it? $685.40. 20 cents. Now, this is, no one's doing this, folks. No one's doing this on the internet. It simply doesn't exist. All right, adjust your stops, right? Figure out your life now. This is a good move. Don't get greedy. I'm not saying you got to be a hero and hold forever. What I am saying is this is good money. We can only build the account if you take the money when you get it. Don't let them take it away from you. That's all I'm saying. Look, every single dime we can get out of this market. Every dime. Look at the money we just printed. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay, good. What is this? Okay, so let me, here, sorry, I wasn't reading. This right here, when I drew this, that was me when I did this, remember? I said, let them figure it out in here. They need to figure it out. They broke teal. Either way, our put scenario had to be down here. I have it highlighted in red. I told you what we needed to get through. I showed you where the 50-50 was. you guys are hyper focused on the 1 minute chart, you need to use the 5 minute chart. It's the 5 minute chart. That's what we need to use. Or you had this green. I put this green here in plenty of time to make money from 84.92 to 85.70. This is also great money. This is good money here. If you guys are hyper focused on your you need to zoom out a bit. You need to zoom out just a bit. The put entry was here. Look at the put entry. I have it drawn. This is the put entry. It has to be here. I have it marked out in red. I have a 50-50 here. I told you we need to get through this liquidity box before we even think about puts. Right? Now, look, we have a flexion here with a 50-50 that bounced right off the flexion. There's nothing, I can't be any more clear. So everyone's asking me, like, what does this mean? I already have it on the screen. You're hyper focused on the 1 minute chart, looking at candles. Stop paying attention to candle by candle. You need to look at the structure. You need to look at where the liquidity is grabbing from. Now, if we get underneath here, then we're going to start to look for puts. This is why I have this like this. If we reject off of here, we have to look for calls. Where's our call entry? On the break of teal. The break of teal is our call entry, right? Build in blue, break teal. Or we're going to build in purple and break what? Magenta. Build in purple, break magenta. Build in purple. It had to break magenta. What did it do? It rejected off magenta. Like I can't be any more. Does everyone understand or what? I need to know what more I need to. You guys got to hold me accountable. Tell me what I need to say, or what do I need to draw? Something. But you guys have to tell me if I'm confusing, what it is. We need to have the talk. We need to have the talk. Hold on, let me figure out my life right here. Okay, look to key level. I marked out key level, highlighted. I marked it out highlighted, so you figure out your life here. We know most likely second bite at the apple. We wanted a second bite at the apple. So let's see what they do. All right, I'm out of the trade. That's fine. That was a good move. This was a great move. This was a great move. I got in. Let me go back and look. I got in on this candle here on the 1059. Immediately went against me, and then I just let it go. And then I just let it go, and we did okay. I'm going to go back in the Discord. Let me see. Okay, I need somebody in here to tell me what was confusing, or if you were confused, or if everything worked out. I need some feedback. I can't get better to help you if there's no feedback. You know, especially when I put a green line right here. You know, this is pretty simple. But yeah, I need feedback. I need to know how I could be better. On the 5 look like barcoding. I would appreciate it if you would have answered my question. Okay, let me see what you wrote. You said, what is this? Is that what you're saying at 8:05 when you said, what is this? What is this? Question mark. Is that what you're talking about, Jones? Okay, look at your question. What is this? That's such a vague question. How can anyone answer? What is this? What does that even mean? That's not a question. What? What do you mean? What's okay? Here. What's going on? I'll show you what's going on. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. For put scenario, it had to go all the way down here, retest and reject under this 680. So you're asking, what is this? It's on the screen. Also, I said We're looking for a build in blue and a break of teal for calls. Also, I said if it rejects off this 50-50, that's the call scenario. So when you're saying, what is this? What do you mean? It's on the screen already, drawn out. I drew it. I drew exactly what happened to like perfection. This is absolute perfection. The 5 maybe clear to put wasn't a lot. The 5 was maybe clear to you, but it wasn't to a lot of us. The 5. Okay, here, look. Look. If okay, let's I need everyone to rewind the tape. Rewind the tape. Before any of this happened, I said we have to wait for all of this. It needs to go down here, retest and reject. Look at the candle. Look what it did. Look what it did. Look what the candle did instead. So it didn't break, retest, and reject. It broke, grabbed liquidity, and shot up, which was our 50-50. You can even see that this next candle danced right on top of our shoulder here. And then it broke the teal. So if you took the teal, you put your stop below the last low, this is a winner. Even if you got filled at the worst, even if you got filled up here, even if you got filled here, right? This is still a winner. You put the teal, you put your stop below the last low, and you let the winner win. Hold on, let me read it. Let me read it. Maybe it was 5 was unclear to a lot of us. I'm saying you look at my. Did anyone have trouble understanding the play, especially on the 5? So here's the thing. Now that we have hindsight, it's easy to say, "Oh yeah, well that's hindsight, right?" I get it. No, and I like your honesty. No, I need you to be honest. I need this. This is what we all need. We all need exactly what you're saying. Because here's the thing. If it was confusing to you, chances are there's a lot more people that are confused. They're just not going to say it. Chances are a lot more people are confused. They're just not going to say it. Now look. Here. I'm going to go through it again. I have a red line here. I have a red line here. This is our put scenario. If the break, retest, and reject would have happened, then we know we can at least get to the red line, because that's our next level of liquidity. Now, if we break, retest, and reject the red line, this is where we let it run a little bit. This is where we let it run. Underneath, what is this? 80, 88? Yeah, underneath here, this is where we let it run a bit, which would have been, again, with the break of our, what is this? I even have it highlighted right here. The put scenario highlighted with a 2. This is the 2 highlighted. So in the Discord, our put scenario is on the highlighted magenta right here. I already have it marked out. It's already marked out. So if our put scenario is on the break of magenta and our call scenario is the break of teal, then the put scenario was very far away. So we couldn't be in puts because look how far it was. Does that make sense? Is anyone seeing that? Hold on. Let me go through. I'm going to read everything. Let me go through. I'm starting with David, okay? What kind of confused me was when you mentioned lower highs, which gave me the notion that it would be going. Okay. Good. I'm glad you said that, right? I'm glad you said that. Whenever we see, watch. I'm glad. I'm addressing David right now. We saw that, and then this. This would only be confirmed down here, right? Because we don't know that this is going to be the head. We can only confirm. Let me clean it up a bit. This is only confirmed down here. I said this is what we're looking for to give us confidence on for this play here. For puts, we need all this to happen for this to be the play for puts. At minimum, we needed to break this magenta. Minimum, we had to break this magenta. Hold on, I'm going back to David. Let me see if that answered. Okay, so again, it's drawn on the screen. Our put scenario had to do this. Here's our 50-50. So while we're up here, we're still in no man's land. We need certain things to happen in order to give us our confirmation. So I have it drawn on the screen. This needs to happen. So when okay, look, learning lesson. If you're not willing to wait for all of this, then you're playing with your money. You have to wait for all of this. If it goes without us in the opposite direction, then that's not our play. Our setup was either we break all the way down here, retest this level, and it continues down, or we retest this level right here on this flexion, and it breaks our teal. These are the only two setups available. This is it. So anything here, what I'm saying is this needs to happen to give us some confirmation that when we get down here, that we're seeing. Also, it needed to reject here. It needed to reject here. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're basically what you're asking me to do is predict the future. I can't predict the future. What I am saying is certain things need to happen in order for the market to go in a direction. And if you're not willing to wait for all of this, then you shouldn't be playing around with real money. You have to wait for all of this to happen, or you have to wait for all of this to happen. And all of this would have been at least a break of teal. Your put scenario, at least minimum, you go on the break of the magenta, and then you can only ask for the next key level, which is here. That's all you could ask for. So if the magenta broke, all you can ask for is this. Now, if we get down here, now we're going to look for some more confirmation down here. Let me I'm talking to David really quick. Okay, hold on. But then he takes it off the screen and it's like, wait, what just happened? Yeah, I was like, wait to see the head and shoulders. You had other stuff on the screen and then you erased it. No one was asking that. Clearly you can't. I am in an eval account. I didn't lose any money. I'm just, okay, listen. Okay. When I'm doing this, watch. When I did, okay, again, I'm going to say it one more time. When I have this and this and this is saying if all this happens, then this is our ideal setup. If we see lower low, lower low, lower low, then this is our ideal setup. Okay? If all of that happens. Now, if we get down to here and we see a rejection and we break our teal, then this is the most likely scenario from this point here. So and then, hold on, let me clear it up just a bit. I'm glad this happened because now it's going to be easy from now on. Now it's going to be easy. Now look, when I drew this, I'm saying, hey, look, we need to let them figure out what's going on in here. This is a wedge. I'm showing you the wedge. We need to figure out what's going on in here. So when I clean up the chart, it's because I want you to be able to see it. I need you to be able to see what's happening. Let me go back. Which we started to see lower lows. Okay, we did start to see lower lows. However, the lower lows is only confirmed down here. We don't know until we get down here. This is why I always say we have to stop calling the top. We'll know the top once we get to a certain level. We cannot call the top. We can only go level by level. That's why when I said, look, if you took this teal, high a day, think about your life. I got stopped out here. That's where I got stopped out. But this was a setup for calls. The setup for puts, minimum had to be the what? The break of what? The break of what? Look what's happening right now. Look what's happening right now. Look, the break of what is the setup for puts? So whenever you see this on the screen, you have to wait for all of this for your quote unquote safety puts. All of it has to happen. And the only way we know if we're going to get there is if we have a high, a lower high. We never even got another lower high. Never. It never happened. It needed to reject off of the teal, but instead it went through the teal, which was our entry for calls. And also, this break of the teal confirmed that we had that this 50-50, it grabbed liquidity to do exactly that. So the rejection of our 50-50 was an indication of the liquidity grab from the 50-50. Now look, hold on. Since this morning, it was break a teal for the call scenario. We were late here, but we identified it, right? So break a teal for the call scenario. And I also said break of what? For the put scenario. Break of magenta for the put scenario. And I even told you here, don't overstay your welcome. We're back at key level. Look, break of magenta, don't overstay your welcome. We're back at key level. So when I'm drawing this right here, this is showing you that they're figuring, this is the compression. They're figuring it out. We have to let them figure it out. We'll know once either they break this, what is this? This magenta, or they break this teal. That's what that means. Let me go down. Okay. Was anything clarified? Is this a little bit more clear to everyone, or now do we understand better? Give me some feedback, okay? Because I'm here for you. Like I need you all to win. I need you to win. And it doesn't have to be complicated. We just have to wait for the actual thing to happen instead of trying to. Here's what we're trying to get. Not we, a lot of us. We're trying to get 100% of the move, and certain things must happen because the market has to fill the orders. I think we have a bias to the downside because of the gap down. We have a bias, and that's pretty much what it is, right? Sometimes you could be a lot more clear than you are. Jones, it is impossible for me to be more clear than this. That's impossible. Like the put scenario is here. The call scenario was here. There's a big gap here. I even drew a 50-50 circle. That is impossible. And then I even said that the entry for calls is on the break of this teal. The entry for puts is on the break of magenta. Now, I would like someone to tell me that I didn't say all of that. Or we can just rewind the tape. I don't even need anyone to say it because I know I said it. So it has to be, it just has to be exactly what I said because everything happened perfectly. Everything happened perfectly. This never even broke. It never even broke over here. Never broke. It actually, matter of fact, it rejected. It rejected off the magenta, and I announced it. It rejected perfectly off magenta. This was stated out loud. Now, if you all are asking me to be more clear than telling you on the break of teal and the break of magenta, that's impossible. You're asking me to do the impossible because I literally said break a teal for puts, break a magenta for puts, break a teal for calls. I can't be any better. And I even showed the path that it was going to take. Like you're asking for something that's not possible. And it's not always going to be perfect. It's not always going to be perfect. I get it. But at least we got to follow the strategy. It's our best bet. if you're buying puts before it breaks the magenta, then there's nothing I can do. Wait, okay. It doesn't even matter how I talk cryptic because I have the drawing on the screen. Even if I were to speak Chinese, what does that have to do with anything with the drawing on the screen? It's drawn out what needs to happen. And everything happened to perfection. To perfection. Are you not entertained? That's what I should be saying. But I think, we're letting our bias run the day. We're not willing to wait for the actual setup. We're not willing to wait for this. Or at least minimum, the break of the, there's only so many times I could say, we're building in this, break of this, building this, break of this. We identified this. None of that happened. So if you bought puts before the magenta broke, how does that make any sense? Like, how much more clear could I be? That's what I need to know. And I'm not saying that you lost money. I get it. But I'm trying to be as clear as possible. And we're not always going to win. But that didn't happen today. Today was absolutely perfect. And I need you guys to hold me accountable. But I need you to understand what I'm saying. And I need you to understand the risk involved. Here's the risk. From this to this, which I announced it. If you took the break of this magenta, because I said the break of magenta is the put scenario. And I said, when we get down here, figure out your life, because I have a 50-50 right here. So if you want to scalp, we can get every dime. Okay, boom, that happened. So there was no more put scenario until we broke what? The magenta. So like, you're saying that I spoke cryptic, or I really didn't. I literally said exactly what needed to happen. At least we got to break the magenta. Now I'm just repeating myself, but. And then when I draw this, I'm telling you that there's a wedge. Let them figure out who's going to win. We'll know who's going to win when one of our triggers happen. Either we break the teal or we break the magenta. That's how we know who's going to win. Okay, look, there we go. Good call, Rhino. Now let's let whatever needs to happen here, let it happen. We see let me clear it. So for this play here, all of this needed to happen. All of it needed to. I even said, let's see if we get a doji green, at least a retest of whatever this level is, and then rejection. I literally said it as it was happening. Like, I can't be any better. You got to rewind the tape. Hold on. Oh, wait. Matter of fact, on this, I said, look, this is our 30 cents. Over here? No, it was over here. I was like, look, this is our 30 cents right here. If you took the break of teal, you put your stop below the last low, this is the big win. This is a big win. I guess what I'm confused is, I have this one, especially on the 5-minute chart. I have this highlighted for puts. I have this one here highlighted for puts. I'm just not sure how, if you took this one, you're going to key level. That's all you can get. You can get whatever you can get out of it. We have to break out of this. Look right here. Let them figure this out. I'm going to clean up the chart, but not, we see what needs to happen. Let me go back to the. Now, anyone else, if you guys have questions, I need you to ask. Don't sit there quiet, making plays that aren't really there, because, if you did the opposite of what actually happened, it's because you had a bias. And the candles tricked you. They grabbed liquidity, they slapped, and then they went the other way. Okay, yeah. That's a good point. And look, I know that some of these plays are, especially from here where we were, 85.33, all the way down here, that's a long time to wait. I get it. But if you're not willing to wait that, then you're risking your money. This is what I said early this morning. If you're not willing to wait, you got to figure out who you are. If you're not willing to wait, then scalp. Then you're scalping. You can scalp your way to victory. There's more than one way to skin a cat. But so far, everything has played out perfectly. Everything played out perfect. There's just no mistake here. Now, granted, maybe it's a little confusing because sometimes, I'm trying to accommodate for people that are scalping. I'm trying to accommodate for people that have a longer term play system. But, level by level, especially on the break of this magenta here, I said, figure out your life. We're at the 50-50. Now you need to figure out your life. So when I'm saying certain things need to happen, when I said lower or higher high, lower high, lower high, certain things need to happen in order for this to happen. And that's from this point here, right? From wherever we were at that point. The market's dynamic. It doesn't always stay still for us. Now we see this little range that they're in now, right? Watch this little range. I'm going to clean up the chart just a bit. But this still hasn't changed. All of this is still the same. Nothing's changed right here. It's actually even more clear now. Now we know in here, nothing's changed. It's going to be hectic in here. If it gets in here, it's going to be hectic right in here. Or watch. I'm going to wait for something to happen. When this thing happens, oh, I should have done that. My bad, I'm late. I was talking too much. My bad. I was late on this. But I was trying to teach the lesson, so I don't feel too bad about it. I'm going to let a little bit more time go by, and then I'm going to point out something else that's been in front of us since before the market opened. Right? Since before the market opened, I'm going to point something else out that's absolute perfection. And then I'm going to say, are you not entertained? That's going to be in a video later, right? You know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it right now. Let's just do it right now because this is also okay. I'm gonna go to the analysis from this morning. This is what I put in the analysis this morning at 5:56 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Traders, prices on the move this morning. 3 paths are reasonable: gap and go, gap for reversal, or chop. Don't complicate it. We'll identify the setups. Okay. Now, let's look at Bolt Up. Bolt Up has literally, it spikes up, retraces back down to about 82.20, retraces back down to 82.20, a little bit above, and then continues up, right? Let's look at the 30-minute chart. It bolts up, retraces back down to about the 82.20. It retraces back down perfectly where I drew it. Perfectly where I drew it. and then it shoots up, right? So I would like everyone to take a moment, look at that trading plan, and tell me that it wasn't absolute perfection. If you're not using the trading plan, then you know, what are we doing? We have to use the trading plan to identify the setups. This is what I'm saying. Today was kind of easy. We knew what had to happen and where it was going to happen. We knew exactly where it was going to happen. If you're hyper focused on the 1 minute chart, that's not how this works. We need the 30 minutes going to show us where our momentum is. The 30 minutes is going to show us, how the 30 minute is going to show us where we're trying to get to. It's going to show us where we're trying to get to. The 5 minutes is going to tell us how to get there. The 1 minute is going to give us our sniper entry. There we go. As long as you stick with it. Thank you. If you stick with it, we'll be fine. You don't have to get them all right. Okay, there we go. There, see, we stick to. There we go. All right. There we go. If we stick to it, we'll be fine. We just got to stick to the strategy. When I'm saying the break of this for calls, the break of this for puts, at minimum, we have to follow that. Minimum. Like, there's no, I can't do much more than that. And the only reason I sound upset is because it really hurts. I'm not upset at you all, and I don't feel like you're attacking me or anything like that. It's just that it's very important that I need you all to win. It means a great deal to me because I get some weird gag ball satisfaction whenever you guys win. It really does. It means a lot to me, more than you'll know. Because here's the thing, right? They always say, you never seen a motorcycle parked outside of a therapist's office. Because if you're on a bike, you're having fun. Also, you never have a boat and you go out, sometimes you never have a yacht and go out by yourself. Some people like me, that's different. I can easily take a yacht by myself or, a sailboat. But it's only fun if you have people there to enjoy it with. And I want you all to enjoy it with me. That's why it's very important. I'm not upset at you. I'm not mad at you. It just means a lot when I need you to win. I need you to win. And now look, we're going to look for the 20, right? Look at that trading plan. That trading plan was, I only gave 3 options. I only gave 3. Here, let's look at the other one. Let's look at the other option. And if it does anything different from here, oh well. But the trading plan is spot on. Spot on. What was the bolt down? Okay, look, bolt down, that wasn't even a thing. The bolt down wasn't even in the cards. It wasn't even in the cards. Let's get the micro. And look, and the micro was invalidated once it went above 82.20. Once it went above 82.20, the micro inverse cup and handle invalidated as well. We only had one option for the entire day as of right now. Now, is it gonna hit the 20 and shoot down? Maybe. But we can't say that trading plan wasn't spot on because I'm gonna put out a video that's gonna say, are you not entertained? Every single price point hit to perfection. That video's coming. Yes, if you made a buck, call it a day. Or if you mitigated some loss, call it a day. Now's not the time to be a hero. We need to protect this account. I think today was a really good day. Hold on. Okay, thank you. Yeah. I think today was a really good lesson. Today's a really good lesson. look at the money. I mean, the only reason I didn't have this one here is because I was talking too much. But it's fine. We don't need to be in every single leg of every single move. At least now we have. Now we got this another arrow to put in our quiver. Now we know how to trade. Now we can say certain things need to happen. Certain things need to happen. And if we get below here, then you let it run a little bit. While we're in here, you're scalping. You're scalping, in this area, we're scalping. When you see this, then you let it go. If this never happens, then that's not our setup. But man, I couldn't be any more clear today. And I'm gonna try to I think I'm gonna try to figure out a way how to be better. I don't know how to do it, but I'm gonna try to figure it out. Essentially, it would be me saying, well, I am. Like, buy call now, buy put now. I literally am saying that. It's just, I think you're letting the candles fool you a little bit. It had to be puts on the break of magenta. It had to be calls on the break of teal. It had to be like that. And not because I said it, but that's the data that they're giving us. We're just going off the data that they're giving us. Like, and if that's the data they're giving us, then why would we go opposite of what they're telling us? The market is going to tell us exactly what's going to happen and how to play it. Now, how you play it, that's on you, because I don't control your risk management. I don't control your fingers. But if you bought a put before it even broke the magenta, then now you know what not to do. Now you know exactly what not to do. Matter of fact, I went through this on Friday when I showed you guys that it broke the magenta. I at least stuck with it. Even in thin liquidity, I at least stuck with it. But this one didn't even break. If you bought a put somewhere in here, it had to at least break the magenta. That's important. That's important. What we would like to see, again, minimum from if you were to buy a put here, you would need to see this. Like exactly right here. That would have needed to happen. But this wasn't even a concern. Or you know what? Or look, a break and retest of the lick box. That would have been okay too. If it would have broke, retested, and rejected the lick box, that would have been fine too. But if we're buying puts without the thing happening, then you got to stop that. At least let it happen. What is this? What is the face? Uh-huh. Here, I'm gonna read it. Can I read this? Can I read this out loud or no? Okay. Here's a comment in the Discord. Well, not blatant, you do not. And never have, although I know you are in your own way. Some people want to hear blatant, buy right this second, sell right this second. You are, but not in literal words. Maybe you need to make another channel and charge. Yeah, seriously. Seriously. But the thing is, yeah, you're right. And you're right. Like, I literally am saying when it breaks this, then you buy put. I mean, I actually did say it. And then when it breaks this, you buy call. And then I showed what was happening. Let them figure it out. Meaning, if this one breaks, then we know. If this one breaks, then we know. I mean, I literally did say it. We also had, I think, I don't remember specifically. I thought I drew this. I thought I drew that, but I don't remember now. It looks like something I would draw. I don't know for a fact. I know I drew the wedge forming. I know I drew that. But you know what? None of this even matters because we have a trading plan that the trading plan was like dead on, dead on. And if you're watching, if you're on YouTube or TikTok or whatever, you can join right now and see the trading plan right now to see if I'm making it up or not. You can, and you know, you don't have to spend any money. If you want to quit before the 24 hours, fine, you can cancel it. But just to verify that I'm not bullshitting you, like the trading plan was spot on, and it only gave us one option. The price action only gave us only one play for the entire, like, we just had to allow it to happen. It happened around, I would say somewhere in here. Somewhere in here is when it happened. I think we were a little bit ahead of it with this break and retest of the lick box here. We got a little bit ahead of it. And look, even though this went up, I'm okay with stopping out where I did. I'm okay with that because this is good money. I'm not greedy like that. And on this one, I'm okay with stopping out right here. Now this, I wasn't paying attention, or we were doing the teaching, but yeah, well, whatever 3K said is spot on. Like, I am telling you all exactly. I'm telling you what the setup is. Now, how you play it, that's on you. I don't control that. And also, if you only been here for a month, 2 months, and you think that you're gonna be a profitable trader in a month or 2 months and you're just learning this stuff, that's not a thing. You got to be realistic. This is why I also say do paper trading until you reach a certain account value. And I know you may think like, I don't want to burn $150 on paper trading. Fine, I get it. And especially when you see people printing money, or you hear me saying, look at the money we're printing, and then you see the mascot put up, I get it. You're going to feel FOMO, like, hey, I want to get in on that. This is natural. But this is a business just like any other business. Just like any other business. Now, luckily for us, we have setups that are with a high win rate. Our setups, it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. I'll say that. And I think some of the members in the Discord can attest to that today alone. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. You don't have to hit a home run every time. We can take the base hits. The base hits add up. It's not going to be, this is not a get rich quick scheme. It's not going to be, it's not going to be whatever you're thinking in your head. This is a business, and we have to treat it as such. It's valuable. It's valuable information. Essentially, we knew since 5:56 this morning exactly what was going to happen. We knew exactly what was going to happen since 5:56 when we saw that opening drive. Done. Done. Now, we didn't have to FOMO in. All we had to do was wait for the setup to happen, right? It was, today was pretty easy. They're respecting the algos. Everything's perfect. They're respecting it. Every time they break a liquidity, it gives us some money. Every time they break liquidity, it gives us money. It's been pretty good so far. I think another thing is we think that candles are just going to, like, let's say you're in a call. You think the candle's just going to go like this and then start from here, go like this, and then start from here. Like, there's going to be some retracement. Right? We have to allow for retracement. We never want to allow for retracement because we feel like, oh, we lost a trade because it's going inside the last candle. I think that's initially what we think. And then we start thinking, and then we panic and we start thinking, well, let me stop out at $7 instead of $30. Let me just stop this at $7 instead of 30. Right? And then you'll stop out at 7, and then it continues on in the direction you thought it was going to go, and then you feel FOMO. And you're like, dang, well, next time I see that, I'm going to get in. And I'm going to let it play. And then that FOMO is going to cause you to take irrational trades. It happens to everybody. And it's not going to take you a week or a month. Is going to take a little bit more time than that. I don't know how much time. However much time you're okay with being uncomfortable. Because you're going to have to be uncomfortable. This is not for, if it was easy, everyone would do it. If it was easy, everyone would do it. Now I know we make it look easy here, but once you're in the trade, it's different. When you break open that wallet, everything's different. You get a game plan in your head, and then as soon as you see that one red candle, you feel that punch in the mouth, and that whole game plan changes. Now you're a different fighter. You went from being an aggressive fighter to a defensive fighter. Now you're trying to survive the round. Yeah, Jones. I need. Here's the thing, Jones. You're the one brave enough to say it. A lot of people think the same, and well, I'm not only talking to you now, Jones. I'm talking to people on the internet. Get over yourself. I'm talking to everyone else on the internet who may be interested in joining. It's not just you. Yeah, it's everybody has the same. Everyone has the same thing. Come on, Jones. Jones has the main character syndrome. Oh shit. Well, yeah, Jones. The conversation isn't for you anymore. That's done. It's for everybody else. Everybody else. And I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, the conversation's for everybody else, not for you. Because I mean, you probably won't do it, but if you go back and listen to the live streams before you joined, I've been saying the same thing even before you got here. So it has nothing to do with you. This is just, it's a normal thing that all traders go through. Excuse me, give me one sec. Yeah, it's a normal thing all traders go through. And also, there's nothing really to say, right? So I need to say something. Unless I'm like, hey, how about that war out there, huh? How about all those bombs that dropped? Don't really want to talk about that. All right, we got the 20 at 87.38. This is looking like, I mean, it looks like they may want to touch it. We'll see. We don't know yet. We'll see if they want to keep respecting this teal. Now, look, on the break of this teal, you got to measure risk or reward, right? This is risky. This is risky. If you're not already in it, this is risky. This is thin liquidity. We'd like, ideally, we'd like, a bigger pullback. But you can kind of measure it based on the strength of the move, right? So if we had, look at like green, this like solid green, this could be strength to give you thin liquidity for a push up. But ideally, we like it to do something like this, a little bit further down. Oh wait, I want to change that one. Hold on. Did they have a kiss face without a heart on it? Oh, okay, here. There. Okay, so let's look at where we're at, right? We see all the liquidity that's right here. We can see it. This is clear. This is horizontal liquidity. Okay? Very clear. The put scenario has to be underneath it, right? It simply has to be. If you're looking for, if you're trying to call the top from here, if it does, let's say it does all of a sudden just break and everything just goes down and red candles, my bad. I'm trying to identify the optimal setup. Okay. And we see the horizontal liquidity right here. So at minimum, we have to be from this point here underneath 83.18. And I know that's 3 points away. I know that's far. That's a far distance. If you're not willing to wait that long, then you're playing with your money. You're playing with your money. The market has to do certain things. If it doesn't do that thing, then we don't know. We have no idea. And then we're guessing. We don't want to guess this stuff. We gotta let it happen. Now, also, I think they may be moving on from this blue, so I don't know if we're gonna hold on to this blue much longer. Let's check higher time frame. Okay, look, if you took this green that I put here, 84.92, this is a good win. I'm gonna put this one as well. Bang. That's a good win. Now, besides me writing buy call now, I can't do anything more than put a green. Right? I put a green line right here that's saying buy call. That's what this green means, right? The Green Ranger, this Green Ranger, big win. 84.92. If you would have got all of it, 86, almost 87. This is damn near 3 points. Like, I don't know what else to say. This is good money. If you don't have access to the 5-minute chart, it's because you're not on the Discord. The Discord members already knew on the break of this green, buy call. Especially if it broke, retested, rejected, or formed some type of support at 84.92. Let's see where 84.92 was. Okay, right around here. Right here. Okay, which coincided with the break of, what is this? The break of this teal, right? So the break of this teal coincided with our 84.92. $84.90. Trying to get it spot on. Here, let me see if I can get a little bit better. All right, 84.92 right here. Ish. I can't get it on there, but break of the teal, which is the same as this Green Ranger right here. So besides giving the exact entry, there's nothing more I can do. Besides giving the exact entry, there's nothing more I can do. Besides giving the exact entry, there's nothing more I can do. I'm not going to count this one on the 1 minute because I was talking. However, it definitely hit on the 5-minute chart. Definitely hit. So I think when I do the wins for the day, I'm going to try to work this in somehow with the screenshot. Or actually, I'll just account. You know what? I'll account for it here. We'll know it's Green Ranger. All right, so if they want to head up, if they really do want to touch this 20, it's not really, it didn't really form. Like we need this blue. We need this blue to form. It's not forming the blue, so we need some strength. There's no real setup, right? This is just sideways. Maybe we want to look for a break of this liquidity, a retest of the liquidity, like this, a break, a retest, and a reject. But I would prefer if we had a blue form. We need this blue to form. If it doesn't form, it's thin liquidity. And then thin liquidity means you're going off of the strength of the initial push. So this is going to be something you can't really measure. It's the way your eye sees it. Is this strong enough to give us continuation? $85.70. Okay, yeah, 85.70. Okay, so yeah, let's see if they retest 85.70. Now look, if they get below uh if they get below this liquidity box, then we got to look the other way. Then we got to look the other way. In my opinion, this is thin liquidity. This is thin liquidity. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. And DC, the only reason why that is because we use data. We use all the data. We that's the simple answer. We don't go off of vibes. The market has to tell us something, and we have to understand we're not going to get 100% of the move, but we'll get something. As long as we're okay with something, we're going to build that account. Let me take a break. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see what they got. Now, if you're on YouTube, I have to keep the disclaimer there, and I got rid of the music. You probably noticed that. I had to get rid of the music. They don't like my music. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Okay. Okay. Take your money. Take your money. It's up to you how much money you want to take. Take your money. You see what I'm saying? Does everyone see what I'm saying now? If we just follow the strategy to our best bet, take your money. Let's let it play. Let's see what happens. From what is this? 86.13 to 80. This is almost one full point. Like we can make money every. We can do this. We'll be fine. We will be fine. I mean, I can't be much better than this. I simply can't. Now look, we're back to high a day, so they're gonna struggle here. Let them struggle. If you want to take your money at high a day, take your money at high a day. If you want to hold for the 20, hold for the 20. But did I say that we're gonna make money from the break of teal? Yes, I did. This is one full point. This is one full point. Damn near one full point. Let's see. Yeah, I keep getting 86.13. But 86.13 to 87.04, that's good money. We have to be realistic with our trades. Understand who we are as traders. You know, not everyone has the same risk tolerance. So I'm offering 30 cents. 30 cents out of 50 delta, that's $15. Plenty of time to stop out whatever you need to do. Stop out, take your profit, adjust your stop. Plenty of time for this. Plenty of time. And that's what I'm offering. And if you can do this, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Even if you got chopped up here, all we have to do is follow the strategy. That's all we have to do. Because it's going to, we just have a record of it working. We just have a record of it working. Come on, let's get that one full point. It has to be a little bit up here for the full point. So, the question I'm going to have to ask is, was it possible to make money on the break of this teal to right now? Was it possible to make money? Absolutely. Now, when you level your contracts, if you follow the leveling strategy that I have, you'll see that even this little tiny move is a 3-figure day. It's just going to take time. It's just going to take time. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 6 minutes, 6 minutes, you can make reliably. And the only reason why I'm saying this is because we have all the data to prove it. Now, if I didn't draw this, gosh darn near perfect, then I can't do much better. I'm gonna try. I really am. I'm gonna try to do better, but I just don't know how yet. But I'll figure it out. But if I'm saying break of this by call and it happens every time, there's nothing more I can do. I mean, I'll figure out what else I could do. There's something I could do, but I'll figure it out. Just give me a little bit of time. There we go. One full point. One full point from the break of teal to where we are right now. That's one full point in the stock market. And it's actually drawn. It's literally drawn. And when I told you, if we break here, That's thin liquidity. At least let it to go back down to where? Where did I say? This level right here. All of that happened to perfection. Are you not entertained yet? Who's not entertained? Hold on, let me adjust. Okay, trade protected. You can't lose from here. It doesn't matter what happens now. I mean, of course it matters, but you know, if you're asking for more than a point on a move, then you're being greedy. You're being greedy. And look, if we follow the exit strategies, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. But know who you are as a trader. That's the important thing. Know who you are as a trader. Know the risk you're willing to take. Me, I'm usually key level or the break of the buying channel or the selling channel. That's usually what I'm at. And I'm okay with that. If it goes past that, fine. At least I got something. And we got to be happy with that. I told everyone, if this wants to hit the 20, you know, at least we need a bigger drawdown. You know, I drew it. I drew it on the screen, so I can't do much more than that. I can't do much more than that. If you didn't take that teal, there's nothing I can do. Because this was our highest probability. Our highest probability setup from this point here was exactly what I drew. I don't know how else to say it. Because I want everyone to understand like what's going on in my head. I want you guys to understand when I'm speaking what needs to happen. I think that's the issue. Like certain things need to happen. It just must. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you, brother. Now, if we're not happy with a full point, you need to readjust. You need to readjust your expectations. And if it goes up from here, great. Alexis, do you give your entries and exits and let people know you left runners or sold? Okay, so me personally, I'm addressing you specifically, Alexis Contreras. I like to teach people how to fish. I want to teach you how to fish. So it would be reckless for me to say, sometimes I do it, sometimes I say when my runners are, but the entries, yes, I'm giving the exact entries. The exact entries, you know, I can't, I'm drawing it, right? I'm drawing it. And I also say, Alexis, I said this morning, way this morning, that our call scenario, whenever to buy calls, is whenever this teal gets broken. Whenever the teal gets broken. Whenever the teal gets broken. Or we have a 5-minute chart that I had this green ranger here. A green ranger, I don't even know why I call it that. It's just a line in the sand that I think, in my mind, is beneficial for calls. I've been thinking like SPY strikes, prices. I understand somewhat the break of the line. The till. Yeah, until. Okay, I'm going to keep going really quick, Alexis. So, do I give the exact entry? You're damn right. I do. Like, also, I said on the break of magenta is our put scenario. Break of magenta is our put scenario. And I also say, don't get greedy. If we get underneath here, then you let it run. Otherwise, we're going level to level. I also say, I give lessons on how to use these liquidity boxes. These liquidity boxes here, I'm giving the lesson on how to use it, exactly how to play these liquidity boxes as far as exits, right? Also, I do have a lesson on an exit strategy. And different people are going to have different tolerances for drawdown and for exits, right? So if you want to understand the exit strategies, all of them, there's like I think 3, depending on your risk tolerance. it's in the Discord. It's all in the Discord. It's all written down. Everyone knows ahead of time what to expect. And not only that, we also have a trading plan. The trading plan from this morning, 5:56 a.m. 5:56 a.m. This is before the market opened. I only had 3 options here. The 3 options were, they're labeled bolt down, bolt up, micro inverse cup and handle. The only one that was viable was the bolt up. And I even identified the perfect entry for the bolt up scenario, meaning the call scenario. And I told the Discord, we're going to identify when that's going to happen, meaning on the break of our teal, on the break of our teal, on the break of our teal. So I'm trying to accommodate people who want to do scalps, people who just want to get in and get out. That's cool. You can I've identified that by saying from the break of this magenta to the key level, from the break of this magenta to the key level. At this time, we had our 50-50 right here. So from here to here, think about your life. Matter of fact, I said it out loud. I said this out loud. You need to think about your life, what you want to do right here. So do I give the entries and exits? Yes, but it's up to you or whoever to take the, hold on, scalps. Let me go read this in the other thing. I'm going to read Alexis's comment. Scalps liquidation, I understand the concept. You say you don't overstay welcome. The move was to the upside. Your drawings and live video makes a difference. Break of zone. You study previous. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Yep. Exactly. There you go. Understandable. I'm understanding your language, learning your teaching. There you go. It's literally just that simple. Now, here's the thing. Some people don't have the risk tolerance for any drawdown like this. Like me personally, I'm not about that. If I'm in profit to a certain amount of money, I'm going to go ahead and secure that profit. And if I need to get back in, fine. I'll get back in if I need to, if I see a good entry. But, I can only draw. I can only draw the price doing exactly what it needs to do, but so perfect. And we can only ask but for so much from the stock market because we know we're in volatile times. I believe there was an announcement made that the quote unquote war may go a little bit longer than expected, right? So we have to be able to take what we get and be happy with it and stop expecting, I don't know, like 10-point moves in every leg. We have to know who we are as a trader. I think that's the important thing. Know who you are. Once you understand who you are and the risk tolerance you're willing to take, it gets much easier. Once you stop FOMOing about others' people risk tolerance, it gets much easier. There are people in my own Discord that hold longer than me, and on certain plays, they're going to make more money than me. And I am ecstatic about that. But I know who I am as a trader. I know, I'm not okay with a lot of drawdown. If I have money in my hand, let me take that money in my hand. If I need to get back in, I can get back in. This is me, how I do it. Not everyone does that. There's some people in there that hold longer and they make far more money. I don't know how many contracts they're taking, but they're making more money than me on some of the plays. But they're different. They have different risk tolerance than me. And I don't feel FOMO. I actually prefer it. Like, I like it when the people in Discord are when the play's still going and they held all this time, and even though I've already said I've stopped out and they're still holding in profit, that makes me very happy. That makes me very happy. I love to hear that type of stuff. But I'm gonna read your comment in. Let me read it again. Sounds right. The stress on runners ain't worth it. Yep, the 0 DD. Yep, lose value. I'd rather sell. That's it. Exactly, Alexis. We're on the same page here. Exactly. That's how I view it. That's how I view it. I take the money. 1 full point. Come on now. 1 full point in 5 or 10 minutes, not even. This is good money. You're welcome. You're welcome. And thank you for stopping by. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. But look, your best bet, and this is me just being honest. The Discord members already know. Like, we already know. So, for example, the break a teal for the win. And then, again, this Green Ranger right here for the win. And then our put scenario, I have it highlighted. When I have it highlighted, look, I'm going to highlight it. You see this 2 up here? This is showing my confidence level. So if our put scenario is when the price breaks below the magenta, if you see a 1, this is scalp territory. This is when you're scalping level to level, right? If you see a 1. If you see a 2, that's when, you know, my confidence is a little bit higher. We can probably make some money on it. But all of this must happen. So, for example, right here, all of this must happen. So on this one, it's not going to only be the break of the magenta, right? It needs to retest, break, retest, and reject. Also, another thing we have to consider, look at this strong uptrend. Do we really want to fight the trend? Do we really want to fight this trend? You don't want to fight the trend too much. So if you're still looking, I'm going to clear this one. I'm going to take this one away. I have it on the 1 minute, so I'll take this one away. If we really want to protect our account, your best bet for puts is still going to be around 81.95 on a break and retest. It still has to be like this. This is still a thing. Anywhere in between here and here, you're scalping, right? Our ideal would be if this magenta forms here, and then I'm going to put a 3. So you see 1, 1, 2, there's a thickness for the 2, and then 3. There's a thickness for the 3. This is the highest confidence. I don't go 4 because that's unnecessary, but I'm trying to explain to everyone how I view things, why I say what I say, that I'm using data. I'm using data. I'm using information that the stock market's giving us to identify the most probable, profitable setup. That's all I can do. I think that's all anyone should be doing. A lot of people, they're just like, okay, we hit this key level, do this here. I don't do that. I don't do that. So it's you know, you're probably, I know it's going to sound like maybe I'm being a slimy used car salesman, but it's true. That your best bet is to be in the 5-minute chart, because we trade off the 5-minute chart. We trade off the 5-minute chart in the Discord. It simply has to be like that. The 5-minute chart is smoother. The 1 minute is gonna give you a lot of this. And another thing that we have on our side is all the live streams, all the end-of-day reports that are confirming exactly everything I'm saying. None of it's made up. Anyone can go on the Discord right now for free and verify everything I'm saying. Go to the channel called Trade Chat. Look at the Trade Chat. Every single day we post the wins. And these wins, either I'm literally saying on the break of this, or I've drawn it on the screen, right? So if it's too early and we don't have any algorithms, I'm just going off of whatever my mind tells me. If it's too early and we don't have any algos generated yet, then I can only go off of price action. And all the wins are just like that. They're all set up exactly the same. Let's see what we got here. So I know there's support here, right? I know there's some type of support here. We need to break this support if it wants to head down, minimum. We need to break the support. This is basic supply and demand, right? So in our strategy, I use it's multifaceted, multidimensional, but I'm already taking into account all of these things. Everything I'm already taking into account, meaning we have a kind of a supply and demand type strategy at some points. Then we have, for example, early this morning was a price action strategy. And then we had also our algorithmic strategy, which is the break of whatever, the break of whatever, the break of whatever, the break of whatever. So I'm already taking into account all of these things, and I'm trying to compile it into one succinct trading strategy. And if none of that's good enough, I have a trading plan. And the trading plan, go through all my end of day reports, go through the trade chat in the Discord. They always hit. I think Friday was the only day. Friday. I mean, I don't remember. I gotta look back at Friday. I think Friday was like just because the chop, but it is what it is. Either way, the point is we got a good record. We got a good record. We got a record that's sustainable. Let's see. Look, it's remember I said expect to see some compression. Here's the compression. Here's the compression here. At this point, you got to measure risk to reward. If you made money, is it really worth taking the risk from the break of this? And this is also thin liquidity. I would like to see it, from here, it needs to draw down a lot more. It probably needs to draw down to about 85.37. Let me explain what I was saying. When we were here and I had this teal, even though technically it's the break of teal, what I told everyone was we need more pullback. We need more pullback for there to be any type of profit. We got lucky, it happened. From this point here, we see we're in, just another little range right here. So on the break of this one, you'd have to measure risk to reward. Is it worth it? This is where we're at. So the stock market is dynamic. We have to be able to move. We have to be able to move and adjust to those dynamics. Now from here, me personally, I would like to see probably, a pullback down to here, somewhere around here, if it wants to shoot up. Now, if it goes from here, fine. If it shoots up from here and hits the 20, my bad. I'm telling you what would be ideal. That's all I can do because no one knows the future, right? Except for me. But anyways, I'm kidding. I don't, but I use the data presented in order to identify the most probable setup. And if we're not willing to wait for the liquidity to break, because certain things have to happen, the liquidity has to break in order for certain things. Luckily, we have some visual aids here that help us identify these things, meaning our algorithms and our trend lines. Some of these are trend lines. Some of them are algorithms. So it's a hybrid, it's a mix, but I'm trying to make it all into one succinct category. And here's the truth. Let me tell you, I'm going to tell everyone the truth right now. Here's all the sauce. Everyone, here's the sauce right here. Ready? Every single strategy in the world, all of them, they all go off one principle. This one basic principle. And it's called, ready? Here's a drum roll, Fibonacci. This is what I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't think so, but I could be wrong, but I think this is my opinion only. This is not a fact. This is just my opinion. Every single trading strategy runs off of Fibonacci. So essentially, everything we're doing with all of the paths drawn, with all of the 50-50s drawn, with all of the algorithms, it's all Fibonacci, in my opinion. This is what I think. Now, the issue with Fibonacci is you need to figure out the time frame. That's the issue with Fibonacci. It's the time frame. So since we're day trading, I think whatever we got going on now is probably beneficial for 0 DTE. Because the Fibonacci, depending on your time frame, you may need, a 1 DTE, or, if you go over the weekend, something like that. But I think that everything's Fibonacci. That's what I think. I could be wrong. Again, the only issue with solely trading off Fibonacci is you need to figure out what time frame. That's the hard part. Because it's going to look different, right? Your highs and lows, your golden pockets, they're all going to be different. So then you're going to be like, well, how the shit do I know? I get it. But I think it's all Fibonacci. All of it. I think that's what it is. But we'll see. Look, again, on this, you got to measure risk to reward. You got to measure risk to reward. The high a day is at, here, let's mark out high a day. About 87.23. Look, if you're sitting here and you have 5 or 6 or 7 trades under your belt, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong. There's only maybe 3 setups in a trading day. Maybe 3. If you're scalping, different story. I get it. But actual real setups, there's only so many. There's only so many in a trading day. And if you're not happy with the results, if you're not happy with the results, if you're not happy with the results, if you're not happy with these setups, then I think our idea of how much money can be made in a day trade, maybe people have the idea, oh, thousands and thousands every day. It's possible, but obviously you got to put a lot on the line for that. You got to put a lot on the line for that, and that takes time. That takes time. Even when moving 10 contracts at a time, 3-figure days at 10 contracts at a time, that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable. 3 figures in a day, that's reasonable. And that's a whole day. But, your day should only consist of whatever the leg is, whatever the move is. It can't be, well, we're taking 7 or 8 trades in a day. That shouldn't be a thing. Even if you are scalping, because the more you trade, the more you risk. The more you trade, the more you risk. So we see the compression happening. We see the compression happening right now. As we speak, it's happening. So look, when I told everyone your put scenario from this point here, it has to be like this. Now you see why. It has to be like this. And this is still the same. Nothing's changed, right? Because if it just continues going sideways, I'm just going to move this sideways like that. Because we're in a range. We're in this range here. Let me see. Oops. So this little range needs to be broken now. Captain Beard. How you got a name like Captain Beard and you got a goatee on your... Come on, man. I'm kidding with you, Beard. I appreciate any facial hair, but let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Opening goes to 688. Okay. So here's the thing, 688, that's smack in between the 20 and the 5. So at the 20, expect a little hostility, a little volatility. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, really, we should only be asking for high a day. From this teal to high a day, that's all you can really ask for. If it goes past that, great. But this is what I mean by saying level by level. We've identified the level. High a day is always going to be a level. But Captain Beard, I'm glad you're saying 688, right? Instead of saying 89. Why not 89, right? You're being reasonable. You know, I think the 20 would be a little bit more reasonable. I don't know when you bought your call, but I think the 20 would probably be a little bit more reasonable. But we're in this compression. We're in this compression. There's nothing really to do in here. There's nothing really to do in here. We're too close to the 20. Any calls now from this point here? I'm not saying it's not going to go up. I don't know if it is or if it's not. What I'm saying is that from where we are right now, your best bet is to wait for this. Your best call scenario has to be above the 5. Not has to, but this would be the optimal setup above the 5 from where we are right now. If we get below let's say 85.37 or, you know, even 84.93. If we get below here, we got to start to look the other way. But up until here, they're compressing and they may be an ugly grind in a certain direction. If we get below here, we got to start to look the other way. I'm still here. I'm just going to be off to the side, quiet, but I'm still here. Okay, look, from the break of this teal, let's say 86, let's say 86.59 to 87.34. Here's the 30 cents that I promised. Here's the 30 cents, right? This is it right here. If you're asking for more than this, at the 20, that's on you. That is on you. Back to high a day. So break a teal to the 20. So I'm going to put this one, it has to be a win from over here. It has to be a win because it went to the 20. Did it? Right there, right next to the 20. Okay, let's see what we got. Look, during compression time, you can expect the slow, annoying grind in whatever direction. They're having a hard time at high a day. It's actually a little bit higher. Let me adjust this a little bit higher. Somewhere around here. So it looks like high a day might be at 87.30 from right here. But look, if you took this teal, here's the next key level. So you can't be greedy. Don't be greedy on this one. 86.51 to 87. This is almost, this is, we're 20 cents off of a full point. Again, Now the 20 is going to be formidable. The 20 MA is going to be formidable. Either the price is going to break and it's going to be very obvious, a big momentum candle past the 20. But if that doesn't happen, then you probably shouldn't be interested in calls until we get above the 5. The 20 and the 5, they're too close. Now, if you're in the Discord, you know our put scenario still hasn't happened yet. Don't front run it. Let whatever needs to happen happen. In my opinion, there's no call scenario until we break above the 5. If it shoots, if you get a huge momentum candle and it goes from the 20 to the 5, my bad. But it's only because the probabilities, right? We know there's a lot of liquidity at the 20. The 20 MA is the center of the Bollinger Band. The 20 MA is the center of the Bollinger Band. So it means something because a lot of people trade off Bollinger. Where's the 200? The 200 is at 652. Okay. So this means something. The top of the Bollinger, the bottom of the Bollinger, and the 20, they mean something. So we're at the highest risk, or where we can expect volatility. That's where we're at. Does everyone see why I'm saying all of this must happen first? Otherwise, you're just in chop, right? All of it for puts. All of this must happen. Not only is it a break of the magenta, you want to retest this liquidity level and then reject. Until then, you don't want to fight the trend. The trend's too strong. We'll know. Here, this will be a hint. We'll go here for a hint. And then we'll go a little bit more firm over here. So this is highlighted with a 1. This is highlighted with a 2. I'm leaving this one green because this was the call out from the 5-minute chart. If you took the break of this teal, you really need to start thinking about your life right now, okay? Think about what you want to do with your life. We're at the 20 again. So either they're going to grab liquidity. There's only 3 scenarios. There's only 3 scenarios from here. They get stuck in between the 5 and the 20 for the rest of the day. They grab liquidity, and then do this, right? Or this. They break, retest, and reject the 5. These are the only 3 scenarios. And I'm being very specific with it, right? So we see the call scenario. You see the chop scenario. And then there's your put scenario. If you're not willing to wait for all this, all the answers are on the screen right now. How you play it, that's on you. If you're still playing the game, also, that's on you. I told you it was going to be compression, ugly, choppy in a direction. That's happening right now. We have to understand the life cycle of the market, of the day. The market has life cycles, right? There's a morning, there's an afternoon, and then there's going to be the PM. Or, morning, compression, PM. I don't know how I split it up, but there's basically three possibilities of trades during a day on a balance of probabilities. I'm going to clean this up just a bit. I hope everyone understood what I was saying. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. We're doing it all together. I'm just going to adjust high a day. Target hit. Target hit. Let's check higher time frame. Eesh. Eesh. This looks kind of sideways. It's definitely overbought. We're at key level. Now, what you don't want to do is get stuck in between. Well, I'm not saying what you shouldn't do, but you don't want to get stuck in between the 5 and the 20. This is no man's land in here. This is where it's going to get volatile. If it gets up in here, it's going to get very volatile. It's not going to be no longer the slow, annoying grind. That's when the price is going to start to move because a whole bunch of stops are going to get stopped out. And then they're going to have to cover their position. If it does pull back, ideally we'd like to see a liquidity grab off the 20, breaking the 20 a little bit, right? To give people, I want to see if they stop hunt, right? This is what I want to see. If they want to pull back like this would be too easy to just hit the 20 and turn around. That would be a little too easy. I would prefer to see a liquidity grab before the pullback. You know, just pretty much like how I have it drawn. It would be too easy to hit the 20 and turn around. In my opinion, I've been wrong before. But here's the thing, we'll know. You don't have to try to call the top. We'll know once all this happens. So all of this must happen still. All of this must happen still. All of this still must happen. So if you're playing around in here, you're okay with the price. You're okay with buying and selling right in here. So if you're taking a play now, pretty much this is going to have to be your play from now to the end of the day. If it just touches the 20 like this and turns around, I'll be very surprised. Well, not very surprised, but it would just be more ideal for them to stop hunt everybody. You know, I want to see them stop hunt people and then turn around because that's how I know they grab liquidity. Unless I know they grab liquidity, then it's going to be the annoying grind. So I want to see a liquidity grab. That's what I want to see. Touching the 20 and turning around, sure, that's possible, but I would just feel a lot more warm and fuzzy if it broke the 20 by a little bit and then grabbed everyone's stops and then went the other way. To me, that would be ideal. And that's only if they want to turn around. And we'd only know that this is a thing if all this happens. All this needs to happen. I'm here. I'm here. We're waiting to see if the thing does the thing. Now we still have time for all of this. We still have time. But you know, I would suggest you wait for that to happen. Otherwise, you're guessing. We're guessing. You're guessing that this is the top. All right, I'm gonna read this comment. So at 688.55, and rejects swing puts weeks out like 690, 696 puts, levels that would follow. And if it made a slow way down at some these levels on its way down, I do see 700 a possibility with war. Yeah. So I've been saying for a while that I want to see 700 get tested. I want to see 700 get tested, get maybe a little bit above before the pullback. That to me would be an ideal setup for a longer term, maybe your long term portfolio, a longer term drawdown. If I see 700 tested with a liquidity grab and then they push down, that's what I would like to see for a longer term play on puts, right? So maybe you buy a monthly, a 2-month put, something like that, a leaps put, something like that. But a lot has to happen before then and now. Until then, we're just stuck in this. Hold on, let me show you. Until then, we're stuck. I actually already have it right here. On our daily chart, you see this range we're in. Until then, we're just stuck in this range. I would like to see a liquidity grab before the pullback. That's what I would like to see before I go heavy on puts. Or if we're going to do calls, I want to see this. So either one of these has to be the thing. Like this and like this. Until then, we're stuck in this range right here. Very easy, very simple. You don't even need to think too much. So if you're on a longer term setup, go ahead and take a screenshot of this. If you're looking for a longer term play, go ahead and take a screenshot of this right now. It's not going to get much easier. And then you see that I have my one red, what is this? A red ranger right here. I have a green ranger up here, and I have a thick red ranger down here. Go ahead and take a screenshot. It's not going to get any simpler than this. I'm telling you, one of these things will happen. It has to happen. How you play it, that's on you. But one of these things is going to happen, and this is a longer term setup. Here, one more time. I'll let you get a screenshot. 5, 4, 3, 2. Forever hold your peace. There. All right, we're testing this magenta now on. We got 2 minutes left on this candle. I'm not a big fan of this annoying grind inside this liquidity box. Not a big fan of it. I just moved that there. Okay, let me be clear. I need to be as clear as I possibly can right now. Just because it broke this, or it hasn't broken it yet, but if it breaks it, all this still needs to happen. Yeah, so the gap filled. Got 45 seconds on this candle. All right, don't get ahead of it, Alexis, because look what I have on my 5 minute. This is the 5 minute. So not only does it need to break this, but we also need to do this, this, and this. So if it does shoot down from here, great. This brand new candle, about 4.5 minutes on it. Uh-huh. Okay, on the break of our magenta right here, from let's say 86.84 down to 86.37, that's 30 cents, right? That's a win. If we get anything past that, great. If you didn't take your profit, adjust your stops, whatever you needed to do by now, there's nothing I can do for you. There's nothing I can do for you except for tell you how to make money. If you're waiting for this, then wait for this. You have to know what type of trader you are. Again, 86.84 Down 2. Look at the money that just got printed. Look at the money. This candle has 2.5 on it, pretty much. Plenty of time to adjust your stops, to do whatever you need to do, to take your profit. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. If it shoots up from here, then you're protected. If you follow the strategy properly. If you need to get back in, you can get back in. If you're waiting for this, wait for this. There's nothing wrong with that. Raul, I'm addressing you directly. That's on you. That's your call, right? That's something you need to. You have to be okay with that risk. I can't. The risk tolerance on that, that's personal. That's a personal risk tolerance. All I'm doing is saying where the setups are. That's all I can do is say where the setups are. Beyond that, that's like me reading the future. I can't do that. I wish I could. If I could do that, we'd all be okay. We'd all be okay. All right, we got 40 seconds on the candle. If you're waiting for this, wait for this. I'm gonna read this comment out loud because I think it's a pretty good question or comment or concern, whatever. It says, so we really don't have to wait for the 5 minute candle to close past the algo. And I'm going to repeat the answer. That's a personal decision. You know, I'm saying that if it breaks, we should be able to get 30 cents out of it. You'd have to be really right on it, right? If to get the break of at 684, you'd have to be on it, on it, on it, on it. And you'd have to be chasing this to get the 30 cents. If it goes past that, great. But I'm offering 30 cents. And I know it may not seem like a lot, but in time you'll see that little bit of movement is going to be enough. As long as you're not greedy. As long as you're not greedy, you'll be fine. Let's see if we can get below 86.10. That'll be nice. This candle has about 340 on it. If you're looking for some type of quote unquote safety, it's a long way away, right? Well, not too long. It's not out of the realm, but if you're looking for quote unquote safety, you're gonna have to wait for all this to happen. If you're willing to scalp, then you're on it, right? All this needs to happen for a reasonable put setup. And again, this teal is dead inside the lick box. So this is the risk. You're dealing with the risks now. If you don't want to be risky, quote unquote risky, wait for this. Just wait for it. Or if you don't want to be risky, wait for this. This is how it has to be. Nothing's changed here because we're still inside here. This candle has about a little under 2 minutes. All right, 17 seconds on the candle, or 10 seconds. Does everyone see the compression? Everyone sees the compression here, right? So in order for this area to break, we need to break, a retest, and a reject to either direction, either side, either up or down. Now to the upside, you got to worry about the 20. You got to worry about the 20 to the upside. So it needs to be a significant break and retest I suggest above the 5. This is my suggestion, above the 5. It has to be like that. I'm gonna let this play out a little tiny bit more before I make another comment. We're still inside this liquidity box. We're still inside here. If you're buying in here, you're okay with the price. We got a minute on this candle. It'd be nice if they retest 8609. That'd be nice. Or right 8607. That'd be nice if they retest. Yeah, 8607. That'd be a nice retest. Oh no, here I have it right here. 8610. Wherever my dotted line is, that'll be nice if they retested that. But look, this sideways compression like this, you need to think about theta. We need to have significant movement for your contract to gain value now. So if your delta isn't set up properly, then the theta is gonna in about at like 230 is gonna start losing value no matter what. So you're gonna have to have significant movement. It'd be nice if they retest this 8610. So if you're taking the break of whatever, you're scalping. If we allow this to happen, then you know maybe you let it go a little bit. Then you let it go a little bit. I'd like this to be retested again. This 8610. I need this to be tested again. All right, here's a pop quiz for the Discord. Does anyone know why I wanted to wait for 8610 to be tested again? Little quick pop quiz. It's something that I say often. I always say it. I'll type it if no one's going to type. So the reason why I wanted to see if 8610 is going to be tested again is because I wanted to... Okay, I'll wait. We got 1 minute on this candle. Okay, I'm going to type it. So look, if we took the break of whatever, the break of this, what is this? Magenta. If you got stopped out here, your best bet is to wait for the second bite. Not the best bet, but you wait for your second bite at the apple to see what's really going to happen. So if you took this, you put your stop above the last high, and then you wait for your, if you want to wait for the second bite at the apple, now at least you got another chance. That's what I'm trying to say. Another bite at the apple. That's what we wanted to see. So from here, now you should be adjusting your stops, right? You got your second bite at the apple. Now you adjust your stops if you are on puts from the break of, what is this? Break of magenta. This is also in the exit strategy. It's in the exit plan. If you look at lesson 7 or lesson 8, clearly specified in the exit strategy. I don't think it's referenced as second bite at the apple, but it's the retest. It's going to be a retest and a reject. So if you're scalping this type of stuff, if you're not waiting for this, now you know. And now we got below it, right? So now we're okay. Now you can adjust. Now you can do whatever you need to do. So if on the break of magenta, you want to take profit here, you can take profit. Or if you want to allow it to run a little bit to see where it goes, you can at least put your stop loss to where you can't lose from here. You see what I'm saying? You can't lose from here. Whatever happens, happens. There you go, Alexis. Good job. Good job. Take that money and get out. Perfect job. We got our second bite at the apple. Very nice. Easy. It's easy, right? Well, not easy, but let me not say that. Do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I will get you sorted. As long as you don't overstay your welcome, you'll be fine. All right, now I need to figure out my life because I'm coming up to the bottom of the lick box now. Now I need to figure out my life. Let's see what we're going to do. Remember, This was highlighted with a 2. The 2 is the higher confidence level. The 1, okay. The 2, this is the high confidence level. This is a good win. What is it? 86.84, I think we said, all the way down to 85.77. This is good money. This is good money when you're dealing with a fair amount of contracts. It's 3 figures on each move. You'll be fine. 3 figures on each move. You'll be fine. With one contract here, that's at least 40 or 50 bucks minimum. With a what is it? With a reasonable delta. Your delta needs to make sense. If you had like a 20 delta, it's going to be rough. If you're waiting for this, wait for this. Now I need to figure out my life. I guess I'll leave that because it doesn't make sense now. You don't want to fight the trend too much. Look at the trend, right? You don't want to fight this trend too much. So take what you can get. I don't think this is valid anymore. They shifted the algo, okay? So it's no longer teal. We're going to use green now. So this one took me out of my first set of contracts. Now I'm just going to let the runners run. Whatever happens, happens. We can't lose from here, so we're okay. We just got to let whatever's going to happen, happen, right? We follow the strategy. Break of, what is it? Break a magenta. Allow it to play out. When it breaks this green, then I'll probably be out. Hopefully we get enough space so I can move it again and secure some more. Now what I could do is move all my runners and collect full of this move, but let's see what happens. Okay. 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 Look at the money we just printed. There it is. There it is. Who doubted me? Someone doubted me. Who doubted me? Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. Look at the money we just printed. All of this is stated in our exit strategy and our entry strategy to perfection. If it goes anywhere past this, fine. But we secured what we had to. You know, I got stopped out here on my first set. Now I'm letting the runners run. Look at this money. Look at the money we just printed. We just have to be a little bit patient and not be greedy and allow whatever needs to happen to happen. Hoo-wee. I try to shoot for above 50. I try to shoot for above 50 and above. I try to shoot for that. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my god. Do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, you need to go to this website, liespytrading.com. I'm going to get you sorted out. It's not a matter of if, but when. Whenever you're ready. Don't rush this. Take your time. Take your time with this stuff. Look at the money we just printed. Now let's see. All right, look. See how I have this flexion right here for the retrace? Let's see if this wick is the flexion retrace. Oh, man. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Remember, we're using green now. We're not using teal anymore. We got to use green now. They shifted the algo. Very beautiful day. Very beautiful day. Look at the money we just printed. Okay. All right. It's almost too easy. It's almost too easy. They're about to get oversold, so don't get greedy here, okay? Remember when I was telling you, I really want, it would be nice if you got to rewind the tape. I said it would be nice if they retested 8610. Not that it had to happen, but I just had a really high confidence that they, a second bite at the apple. I always say it, second bite at the apple. We got to wait for that. All right, now they're breaking this liquidity box. Now they're retesting it. Let's see if they reject the liquidity box. We have this candle's brand new, so don't get overzealous. And we still have our whatever this line is here that I put here. So if you're waiting for this, wait for all of this. Wait for at least the break. See if it look, if you're still not in the puts yet, you don't want to buy at the bottom, right? So you have to wait for this. You have to wait for something like that. Let me clear it. Now you have to wait for this. If you still haven't bought puts, you don't want to buy puts in the bottom. You need to wait for your pullback. You need to wait for your entry. If you didn't buy puts when I said it, then you probably need to get in the Discord. You probably need to get in the Discord. That's probably your best bet. This candle still has 350 on it. Look at the money we printed today. Every day we do this. Every single day. I'm going to leave it on the 1 minute. So this is going to encourage you to do the right thing. And the right thing is to join the Discord so you can get access to the 5-minute chart. The 5-minute chart is how we trade, not the 1 minute chart. The 1 minute chart is for everybody else. That's for YouTube. That's for TikTok. That's for X and Instagram and everybody else. The 5-minute chart's how we trade. Okay? Because it's much smoother. It's much easier to trade off of this than this. Look at this. This is difficult. This is way easier. This is way easier. Look at the money we just print. Let's go. Let's go. Uh-huh. Nope. I'm not going to show you guys. You got to join the Discord. Oh my goodness. Look at the money we just printed. Keep going. I'm okay with whatever they give it. We can't lose from here. So you got to be okay with whatever they give us, right? We can't be greedy. We cannot be greedy. Look at the money. There it is. There. Who doubted me? Someone doubted me. Someone doubted me. I mean, you're not going to get a better. Look, when I'm telling you what the call out is on the break of whatever, that's the answer, right? It may not work every time. We've been lucky that it's worked every single time, though. We've been very fortunate that it always works out like that. Always. Show me when it hasn't. Show me when it hasn't. Look at this money. Now, some of you are allergic to making money. You're like, no, I don't like it. I like gambling. I like gambling. I like gambling with my hard-earned money. That's not what we're about. We like some type of confluence. We like some type of. We need data. If we get the data and we're not greedy, then we know what we need to do. All right, let me figure out my life again. All right, we're good. Hold on. All right. Can't lose from here. We cannot lose from here. This is also the part that I hate, but because I'm, trying to sell it to everybody. And what am I trying to sell you? Only the reality that's happening right in front of your face. Only the reality that's happening right in front of your face. I'm doing this live. This is all done live. In real time. We knew exactly what needed to happen. And someone, Rhino, I believe, called out, we're coming up to thick magenta. Good job. So to answer your question, Rhino, I'm definitely above. I'm at 50 or above, minimum. That's usually what I trade, 50 or above. Because I don't like here's the thing. If you do a really low delta, the price is going to have to move a lot. So that 30 cents that I'm telling you is going to be hard to come across if you don't have the right delta. So I need to make sure I can get that 30 cents. That's why I always say $15 at a 50 delta. I always look at this money. Look at the money. Come on, a little bit more. Come on, a little bit more. Ah, brand new candle. Don't show me that. All right, I'm gonna get out of this 5-minute chart. You guys are cheating. You're cheating. There we go. There it is. It's almost too easy. No. I always use 50. I always use 50. It's very rare. Like if I know it's gonna be grindy or something, and there's a MA maybe within reach, and it's grindy, maybe I'll do that to lower my risk. But I'm usually at a 50 and above. Even in the morning, I'm usually at 50 because I need to collect. I need to collect the money, and in the low delta, it doesn't allow me to collect. Right? It'll just stay stuck until it gets enough movement. And me, I'm not willing to wait for drawdown. I get in, get out. If I need to get back in, I get back in. Not everyone likes to trade like that. So everyone needs to come up with their own risk tolerance. And so you're trying to, I understand you're trying to understand how I do it, but this is a very specific individual journey. It's going to be very unique to you. Very unique to you. As long as you can allow what needs to happen, right? See this green. I think when I first started, this green probably would have took me out. I probably would have got taken out on probably somewhere in this candle right here. And then I would have seen this green and been too afraid to get back in. This is how I'm pretty sure this is how I would have, I already know it. This is how I normally would have traded years ago. I would have waited for this to happen and I would have get stopped out because I wasn't comfortable with this. But once you get, look at the money we just printed. Once you get comfortable with being uncomfortable and you allow what needs to happen, here's the entry for puts. You put your stop above the last high. You let your winners win. I identified the green. Now we're good. As long as we're in the green, we're okay. Look at the money. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. There we go. That's all we needed. And look, after this trade, I'm done for the day. I don't need a trade. Look at the money we're printing. What do I tell everyone? Wait for the break, the retest, and the reject of the lick box. I literally have that. Well, here, watch. Damn it, I moved it too much. Let me see if I can find it. Why did I move this thing so much? There. Look, I literally have it drawn right here. Boom, boom, boom. Nothing more I can do. There's nothing more I can do. Here's the second bite at the apple on this one right here. So if you took this flexion right here, exactly where I drew it, remember, I'm freehand drawing this. Then you can move your stop when you get to the second bite at the apple. Now your trade is protected. You cannot lose from here as long as you're not greedy. Look at this money. I already had this drawn way ahead of time. Way ahead of time. Here, I even called it, look, we want to see if this wick is this flexion point. Remember? We want to see if then we get up back to retest the liquidity box. And then we want to see the rejection of the liquidity box. Rewind the tape. This has all been said. Now, I'm telling everyone the answers to the test. There's nothing more I can do. I've done my job today. 17 seconds on the... Look at this money. Now, do I wish I would have held my initial contracts? Yeah, but you know what? I like to protect. I like to get money. I like to protect my trade. So I took some off the table here and I let my runners run. I told everyone what was going to happen. Look at the money we just printed. Come on now. What else can I do? There's nothing else I can do. And look, this isn't for everybody. So don't think you're going to get in here and start, oh, okay, I can do that and print money. Because I make it look easy. I make it look easy. And I understand that. But once you understand, a certain thing must happen. Certain things must happen. Once you get that, look at this money. Look at the money we just printed. Look at this. Correct. Yeah. Okay, my bad. Yeah. Rhino, correct. Look at this. Come on. Okay, now I need to figure out my life here. Look, we're back at key level, right? I have this one. I have this highlighted with a 2. So now I'm going to need to figure out my life from here. Give me a second. Okay, let's say you got chopped up. Where was it? Let's say you got chopped up over here, right? If you would have stuck to the strategy, I have this highlighted with a 2. This is our highest, not highest, but this is a high confidence level. Hold on. I'm not going to take much more drawdown. So if this stops me out, then I'm going to get stopped out for all for the runners, and then I'm done trading for the day. So I'm just going to let whatever's going to happen happen. Okay, I'm going to let whatever's going to happen happen. I'm going to keep talking. Hold on. Okay. I'm just going to keep talking. All right, I'm going to try not to pay attention. I need to get up and walk away. That's what I need to do. I need to get up and walk away, but I'm going to keep talking. So look, if you got chopped up earlier today, as long as we stuck with the strategy, meaning, hold on, meaning our put scenario was on the break of this highlighted magenta. As long as you stuck to this, look at the money that was printed. So it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. If you got it wrong once, fine. But it's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. That's all I'm trying to say. And I'm not saying that the second entry is going to print you money positive. What is going to happen, hopefully, if you stick to exactly what I'm saying, if you just stick to it, and I know that the red candles scare everybody out. It scares me out too sometimes. But it's our best bet. And if you stick to it, either we mitigate the loss significantly or we come out on top by a little bit. And we got to be okay with something. We got to be okay with something. But we do this every day. This is no surprise. I'm trying to figure out my life here. Hold on. Because I know I have key level here and I'm up against this. I'm trying to figure out if I want to use the teal or if I want to use the green. I should be using the green. But I also don't want to get greedy. Meaning, I don't know if I want to stop out if the price breaks teal or if I should stop out when the price breaks green. Or if I should just keep it where I had it before and just let it play. Either way, we can't lose, so everything's fine. And just this is the part that yeah. Now we're at key level. Now I got to figure out my life. Whenever I got to figure out my life, this is the part that the only thing that kind of makes my armpit sweaty is here. When we get to this point here, we don't have to worry about our entries, right? We don't need to worry about the entries. The entries are we're good. We're good with entries. All right, I'm gonna take profit on if on the break of my dotted line. I'm gonna get out of all the contracts, and if it shoots down, it shoots down. Fine, whatever. I'm done for the day after this. So the contract's only losing value from here. If it doesn't go in my favor, it's just gonna lose value. So, and we did good. We did very good today. We did very good today. If it goes down, it goes down. Great. If not, I'm gonna get stopped out on the break of my dotted line. Maybe a little. I might move it a little bit above. Right. I'll do that right there. It needs to be probably right here. It's a little difficult to translate the actual chart to the contract chart because there's there's delta and theta. So it's not going to be exact one for one. So I'm trying to balance that while showing everyone live, by the way, what's happening. Now you'll notice I don't go after the fact and saying, oh, look how much money after the fact. We're doing this together. We're doing all this together. And if I get stopped out for profit, fine. I'll be okay with that. Exactly, Alexis. Exactly. Because we're in a strong uptrend. They may just want to burn out the contract sideways from here. There's no guarantee that it's just going to keep dumping and dumping. That's not a thing. And if they do, oh well, I'll figure out the next entry. But I'm probably done for the day after this. I don't need to take any more risk. I identified the magenta. I identified the teal. Nothing more needs to be said. Man, it would be nice if we had a nice little drop right here. That'll be really nice. Half of me wants to chase it just to collect. But I'll stick to my guns since I'm live and doing everything in front of everyone. So it's hard to like tell people what they should be doing, and I don't do it myself. So I'm gonna do it myself. But we can't be mad about making money. We can't be mad about that. I really need to get up and walk away. It's dancing on my stop. Okay, that got me. Okay, this is a good trade. This was, oh wow, look at that. This was a good trade. Very good trade. I'm not upset with it. We did really good. We did really good. And then look, the next one is going to be, I don't know that it's going to be here, but somewhere over here if it is. Now, if you were waiting for the calls and you took this and you took this, then don't overstay your welcome. The top of the lick box is at 87.19, around there somewhere. And then we have the 20, the looming 20 right here. Okay? So I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna circulate some blood, don't overtrade. This was a good move. This is a good move. I'm happy about it. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. This teal, good. This is a good. This is a good move right here. This teal's a good move. Um, the break of green, good move. If you took the break of green, this is a good move. Here's how we knew that this was been our best bet to take profit, because I have it highlighted. I have it highlighted here with the 2, which meant you got to rewind the tape. I told everyone at this point here, damn, I forgot where it was. Somewhere in between. It was somewhere over here or over here. So let's say this 15-minute gap right here. You got to rewind the tape. I told everyone that the next best entry for calls is going to be right here at this 85.37. You got to rewind the tape. This was been said. So this would have been the best take profit. The reason why is because we needed to break this level here, retest and reject under here if there's going to be any more downside. So this is our best take profit from this put here right to the key level, which was, watch. I'm going to extend this out. Look what it did. It broke this liquidity, broke, retested, rejected this liquidity box right here. You see it? And this liquidity box is just extended from over here. So we already knew where the ideal take profit from this put was, because we're in an uptrend. We can't fight the trend. If we get down here, different story, right? But because we're up here, we have to scalp. We have to scalp this. If we get underneath here, we let it run a little bit. So someone was holding 88. Here you go, my man. You're almost at 88. You're almost at your take profit. Now, 0 DTE, you'd have to buy it like right now. This contract is probably, I don't know how long the expiration was, but you probably just got profit depending on when you got it. So nothing's changed. If you're looking for a call entry, it has to be like, or let me do it like this. If you didn't already take either the teal or the green, if you didn't already take this, remember I said we moved from the teal to the green for Discord. Okay. There you go, brother. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. All we have to do was stick to whatever it is, right? If we're waiting for this move, all this had to happen. Otherwise, you're going from level to level. Top of the lick box, bottom of the lick box. Very simple. It doesn't get any easier. I mean, I don't want to say that this is easy, because I know it's difficult, because especially look at this on the 1 minute. You know, the 5 minute was pretty simple, but the 1 minute, it looks rough, and I get it. So let me not say that this is easy, but it's probably not as difficult as everyone makes it seem. It's probably not that difficult, right? The stock market can either go up or down. All we're doing is identifying the highest probability setup. That's all we're doing here. We did really good today. We did good. I didn't get in on this. I didn't get this, but because I was still I had hopes, not hopes, but I wanted to let it play out. I want to let it play out. But if you're waiting for calls, there it is. Okay, there was a homeboy that had 88. He wanted to hit 88. There it is. You got it. You got it. We're late in the day, so don't overstay your welcome, because here's what we don't want to happen. Again, we don't want to get stuck in here. That's why I told you this 88 was reasonable. This is reasonable. You got to rewind the tape. I said, you know what? That's reasonable. However, to get in now, you probably don't want to do that, because now you're stuck in the chop. If it shoots up from here, oh well, maybe. But 88, that's reasonable, because we were in the uptrend. Look at this uptrend. It doesn't matter what our bias was. The charts are going to tell us everything we need to know. The charts are going to tell us that on the break of teal to buy call, that on the break of magenta to buy put. Let me see if I could mark this out on the 1 minute. 86, 84. So right around here. This was our put scenario. I'm only doing this so when I do the wins for the day, it's a little easier. I can only use one. I only need to use one chart. I'm going to highlight this one. Now I'm not going back in time because this is already on our 5-minute chart. I'm just making it easier for myself when I do the wins for the day. Because you know we always put them wins for the day. You know how it is, baby. We always put them wins for the day. Now look, be careful inside here. The 5's right here. Be careful now. There's going to be a lot of volatility in here. Okay, I'm going to take this time really quick. I'm going to borrow the chart. I'm going to do some admin. And then I'm probably going to call it for the day. Give me a second. I'm going to use all this. All of this is solid. So again, like last session, they respected the algos. Today they respected the algo. We just have to stick to it. Let me go ahead and do this. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Let me clean it up a little bit more. I'll be right back. I'm here. I'm just doing some stuff in the background. Okay, Discord. I have the wins posted in the what is it? In the trade chat. I'm going to recap for everyone else. So early this morning, we had a break retest of our liquidity box. I also drew the path this morning. That was an easy one. We identified early on that teal was going to be our call entry and that magenta was going to be our put entry. So we had a break of magenta right here for the win. We had a break of teal for the win. We had a break of magenta here for the win. A break of teal, break of teal, break of magenta, break of teal. Okay? So I announced all the setups very early this morning. All the setups were announced by 10 o'clock. By 10 o'clock, within 30 minutes, all the setups were already announced. On the 5-minute chart, over here there was a green ranger right here. This green ranger lined up with, it was like somewhere here. It was green. 84.73. Yeah, this green ranger was right here. So I don't think even you could have took the teal, I guess, but I had a green ranger right here. So this green was this is a good one as well. Or you could have just took this green and won. Or if none of that was enough, I have a trading plan. You better believe I'm gonna put out a video today, and this trading plan hit to perfection. Are you not entertained? Everyone knows the thing, right? It's the bolt up. The bolt up says we want to look for the price to spike up, retrace back down to a little bit above 82.20 before continuation up. Let's look at the 30-minute chart because I use a 30-minute chart for that. Okay, we can see the spike up, the retrace back down to a little bit above 82.20 before the continuation up. So again, every single price point hit to perfection, right? Every single price point hit to perfection. If you're able to hold through the drawdown, then you're the big winner for the day. You're the big winner for the day if you can hold through the drawdown. Or if you took profit when you were supposed to, if you had your contract scaled to a certain level, also good win. Good win. And here's the thing, we do this every day. We do this every single day. We knew that the put scenario had to be underneath 81.95. It had to be. There was no other choice. There was no other choice. We knew that above 84.83, or it was actually a little bit lower. It was 74. We knew 84.74 was our call for the Green Ranger. So this, another amazing win. So there's nothing more I can do. I did my job for today. Okay. I'm gonna let this settle out for a little bit, and then I'm gonna call it. If anyone on YouTube, TikTok, or whatever, you got any questions, now's the time to ask. Now's the time to ask before tomorrow. I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. Now we're late in the day. We still got a little bit of time. If you're looking for calls, you want to look for this. A break, a retest, and a rejection of this 5. That's the answer. Because what we don't want to do is get stuck in between the 5 and the 20. Remember, the 20 is the center of the Bollinger Bands. It's the center of the Bollinger Band. So if you're looking for long-term stuff, here are the setups here. And when I'm saying long-term, you know, this is months. This is in the time frame of months. But as far as the day trading, 0 DTE stuff, we got it on lock. We got it on lock. If you can follow colors, if you understand the colors on the screen, if you understand buy put on a certain break of color, buy call on a certain color, you'll be fine. If you understand the risk, if you understand, watch. If you understand, you see this 87.45, I have it highlighted. You see this 85.37, I got it highlighted. I knew not to overstay my welcome here. I already knew not to overstay my welcome. Take my profit on either, it would have been the break of teal or the break of the green. I did that. We had a good move. Even in the counter trend, we were still able to collect money. Still able to collect something, right? And that's all I'm offering. We're going to be okay because we're going to get something out of it. We're not going to get 100% of the move. Well, this one's damn near 100% because look, the rejection was at 87.45. It went all the way down to 85.30. This was almost 100%, but this is a good move right here. And usually, you know, I do key level, but I wanted to follow what I was saying for everyone to see that I do the same thing. I'm taking the same trades you are, or the same trades let me not say suggesting because I'm not supposed to say that, but I'm taking these trades. I'm taking these trades, and also going forward, we're going to have to switch up the way I speak. We're going to have to switch up certain things on YouTube. It might be a little annoying, but your best bet just to join the Discord. That's going to be your best bet. Discord had all the answers. The mascot will put you to sleep. If anyone's got anything for me, I'm here. Let me know what you guys got. Any questions, comments, concerns, bitches, gripes, complaints, I like them all. I like them all. And remember, you all have to hold me accountable. If I'm not making sense to you, don't sit there like, what's going on? Ask me the question. You're there, because I know sometimes people, especially smarter people, right? People with a higher degree of intelligence, we feel like some type of shame by not knowing things that you think other people know. Well, if everyone else knows this thing, I should know this thing too. And then you feel that shame or embarrassment. And that's not the time for this. That's not what we're here for. Okay? We're here to make money. And this is a process like any other process. It's going to take you time. So it's not going to happen overnight. Fine. And if you're not going to follow the leveling strategy that I have, if you're not going to follow that, then at least don't overextend yourself. Don't over leverage. We don't have to worry about the entries. All we have to be concerned about is the exit. When I'm saying the exit, meaning, you know, if you don't allow your stop enough room, you don't want to get slapped in the face and then they turn around and continue. So you have to allow that room. You have to be okay. You have to be okay with being wrong. You have to be okay with being wrong because we're not going to get it right all the time. But our best bet is to stick with what we know. That's going to be our best bet. We prove it every day. We prove it every single day. So at some point, you're just going to get tired of it. And I know it. You're going to be like, you know what? Jesus, take the wheel. It's going to happen. But I'm just repeating myself. So if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. If no one's got anything for me, hit me up on the DM. I may have to respond like way later on, but I'll get it done. And I'm the video probably gonna have to wait for the video like a lot later today, but I'm definitely gonna put one out for sure. Anyways, YouTube has been a pleasure. TikTok, Instagram, X, all the rest. I love you all. Have a good day. Goodbye.